Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. We will start with a salute to the flag, and I'd like Willie Pritchard to please lead us in the salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, can we please have the roll call?
Of course. Alexis Hill, Vice Chair.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Marie-Louise Garcia.
Here.
Jean Herman.
Here.
Eric Brown, County Manager.
Here.
Assistant DA Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, will you please take us into the next item?
Item 3 is a presentation by the Manager's Office, Commissioner Support Program Assistant Alexandra Wilson, in an overview of Washoe County boards and commissions and the process of posting, recruiting, and communicating with, interviewing, and appointing of candidates to boards and commissions by the Board of County Commissioners. Boards and commissions discussed under this item include all or some of the boards and commissions listed in the additional meeting resources as boards and commissions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and welcome, Ms. Wilson.
Hi there.
And I know this was an item that a few board members wanted to chat about, so looking forward to your presentation.
All right, perfect. So again, Alexandra Wilson for the record, Commission Support Team as part of the County Manager's Office. So what we're going to talk about today is something that has been a labor of love for about a year. It is our boards and commissions. So what's new to this process is this is actually the first time that I'm aware of that Washoe County has really wrapped their arms around boards and commissions and kind of what that means and Washoe County's role within each of them. So actually when I started, this was the book that I got for boards and commissions with some of the staff reports dating back to 2012 and 2013. So moving from that to Excel to hopefully a program where we can get that more organized is going to be our goal. So let me click through and get us started. If it's going to work. Anyway, no?
Madam Clerk, can you help with the
Yeah,
slides?
can you click me through?
No.
Good.
Yeah.
You? No, I went to I didn't go to the one in Vegas.
All right, we'll
sorry about
advance them
that.
from the back. No
Yeah.
worries.
He's going to help guide me along. So if you can switch through to the next slide. Thank you very much. So where commission support started is very much like this photo. I thought it was a good example. There were many different ways that boards and committees were displayed, and it was all kind of confusing all over the website. So some of our boards and committees, when we started doing a search, we found that there were 53 that were listed on the website, of which there was a separate page for boards and committee openings. We also had another page for volunteer opportunities, and those ones are a little bit separate as it is a genuine volunteer opportunity where individuals can volunteer internally with the county, such as with CASA and those types of programs, while boards and committees are more focused on open meeting law and advisory for the community and for the board. So with the 53 boards and commissions that we found on the website, we found that there were a lot of missing information with each of the boards, whether it was the appointing authority, the roster was outdated, whether the boards were paid or commissioned, if they were disbanded or dissolved. It was interesting, we saw a lot of the boards that didn't meet since 2017 or 2019, and it turns out that they were disbanded. But the information wasn't listed on the website, so we wanted to make sure that we're communicating that clearly. We also found that there was a difference in the many versions of boards that we have, and I'll go over that a little bit later in our slides. So what prompted this deep dive, as Chair Hill mentioned was a request from the BCC to really wrap our arms around what it is to be a part of the boards and committees, how we communicate that out, what the process looks like, and further on to do potentially an audit of the boards for whether or not they're effective. Can you click to the next one, please? Thank you. So what we're able to do through your guys' strategic plan and innovative services is we utilize strengthening our culture of service, which is actually how commission support was born. And what we did is we gathered different departments and divisions that had a hand in different boards and committees, and we brought them together into a subcommittee. So the list there is a list of different departments that are part of the subcommittee currently. Of course, we always welcome new individuals to be a part of it, but we really wanted to hone in on those individuals that had boards and committees of their own or had experience with boards and committees so that we could get the best information moving forward. So what's also interesting with strat plannings, we actually started this about 6 months ago. The first of which was, of course, gathering the information for all the boards and committees. So this was our next step in standardizing the process. Next slide, please. Thank you. So with the 50-plus boards and committees, as you can imagine, it's very difficult for one person or one team to manage all of that information. So what we really want to do with this strategic planning subcommittee is we wanted to create liaisons to the boards and committees that understood the standardized process. So that being updating the website, making sure that the content was included our branding as well as uniformity, so including the authority, the rosters, and that type of information that I mentioned before. We also wanted to organize the information through a central system or software, which we identified as Granicus. It's something that our office has been utilizing for a little bit of time, and it's just readily available for boards and committees, and it's designed specifically for tracking meetings, including dates, member attendance, roster information, vacancies, and all the information that we need in order to be successful. So our goal is to transfer all this information from living on different parts of the website, including the openings themselves, and to put them all onto one page with complete information so that anytime there is a vacancy or we need to open it up for applications, it's a click of a button instead of going through technology services to post it on the website and then communicating out to the public. It's going to be one process. So in standardizing that, once it's posted, we wanted to standardize the communication, so posting of openings and recruitment. Really, the goal is how do we get our residents involved? How do we get the information out to them, whether it's using our district lists, word of mouth like we've heard before, or any type of communication that we can utilize. And then lastly, as I spoke on, in our future goals, we want to determine the effectiveness of these boards. So really getting them going, seeing how it's progressing throughout this next year. And then in our next fiscal year goal, we want to make sure that we're looking at their effectiveness. Next slide, please. Thank you. So when we looked at all the different boards and committees of the 53 that were found on the website, we were able to break them down into 4 distinct categories. The first of which is the BCC member of, so those are the ones that we do every January. Those are a lot of like TRPA, for example, EDON, CHAB, via Conservation District. These are the ones that you guys sit on directly, and that process is pretty much honed in on and pretty standardized now. The next one, and the one that we're going to be delving a little bit more into, is the BCC appoints to. So these are the ones that you've seen come to the board, whether it's Open Space and Parks Commission, Senior Advisory Board. One that just popped up was the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, and those alike. The next we found were county manager appointed. These are most of our internal boards. CMAC is a good example of that. Regional Base Map Committee, a lot of those committees that need to be formed in a quick fashion and to make decisions internally. The last one, and the one which would probably be the most difficult to wrap our arms around, is the membership that are outlined by positions or external agencies. So a lot of our boards and committees, even though Washoe County has a part in them, we either don't organize them or there are so many moving parts that it is defined by the position. So for example, at LEPC, a lot of the positions are you have to be the Washoe County Sheriff or you have to be a district attorney. So they're outlined by whoever holds that position, not necessarily appointing anyone. It's clearly defined. Next slide, please. So what we wanted to do, the first step is finding a program that would be able to facilitate this kind of organization. So we looked at Granicus, like I said, because it's something that we've been using for a little bit of time. And what we want to do is we want to make sure to update that. And as Washoe 3-in-1 is the hub for information for Washoe County, we want to make Granicus the hub for information for boards and committees. So if you look on there, there's an example of how many seats we have available, 364. It also shows that we have 167 open, which I would like to say is entirely inaccurate because the program isn't being used to its full potential. However, you imagine if there are 167 seats, that is quite a gap in what it is that we're doing currently. If you see on there, there's a terms expiring soon. The system has the ability to notify us when there are upcoming vacancies, and we can set that time limit, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 1 month. But of course, we run on a fiscal year, so you see there's going to be a spike in July when we need to start reappointing some of those boards. So the bottom right is an example of a board that we are using to track. We've used it to track the citizen advisory boards. So what we do is we include their information. Anytime anyone applies through Granicus application form, their information can be directly imported into a specific board, which is a really nice feature. It'll let you know what term that they're in, if there's a term limit, what the start and ending dates are there for, what their position is. For example, with animal services, they have to be a vet or a veterinary clinic, a real estate person, so it's nice to be able to outline those. In addition, if there are a chair and vice chair, we also can note that on the form. This form actually has many different functions, and we can include more. You can also put the appointing authority, but I just wanted to show how amazing it can be if it's being utilized. Next slide, please. All right. So Granicus, like I mentioned, has a built-in application form. The application can be customized to individual boards. So say they answer a question, they have to be a registered voter in order to serve on the board. We can make it so that once they select that board type, it will prompt them with that next question that they are required to answer. Questions are designed for each board with or without requirements. Like I mentioned, applications can be directly inserted into the board itself. And applications are also available online, or we can print them out. I actually did one of those this morning. So the bottom middle photo shows the application, how it appears in our system. So it'll include their name. Once you click on that, it'll include how they answered every question. You guys have probably received those when we've had vacancies and received applications for them. It includes if they submitted a resume, a letter of recommendation, any additional material, and their basic information, name, phone number, and what board that they applied to. We're also able to do like a search function for those applications. So we can search individuals by their name, we can search by the board type, if they're eligible or not. It'll let us know if they're eligible, if and when they were appointed, and other additional material. Next slide, please. So here is the start of boards and committees, which is the postings. What is really new to this process and what we want to bring to this process is the application deadline. We saw with a couple different boards there wasn't a deadline for the board. Thank you. So we want to make sure that we're posting those with a minimum of 3 weeks and clearly outlining when individuals can apply, so they know if they didn't make it by that time that they weren't able to be considered. Of course, we will repost applications via social media, any of our outlets if we're not garnering enough applications, and I'll talk about that later on. So when we transition from Granicus, like I spoke about, currently boards and commission openings is one page, boards and committees is another page, applications for the boards and committees is sometimes multiple pages, but we really want it to look like the example on the right, which is from San Joaquin County, where it all lives within one area. You see, you can look at what vacancies there are, who the members are on that board, what type of board it is, a description of the board, and it has the apply button right on there. And we can include any current openings, downloading the application, or the appointments list. Perfect, okay. So the big thing is communicating this. We could do all this work, but if we don't communicate it, it really doesn't matter because no one knows about it. So what we want to do is we really want to hone in on a couple different things. The first of which is our county email, which you guys have seen plenty of. The right photo is an example of that. We want to call them citizen involvement opportunities because it's ways for them to get further involved. As you see on there, we talked about the application deadline clearly outlined to be considered, what the board is, and they can click into that apply and it'll give them more information about that board and how to apply. The next thing we want to do, and this is what we want to start bolstering more and bring more to the process, is dedicating social media to boards and commission openings. So currently we do utilize Nextdoor. It is being very heavily used. That's where we garner our most engagement. The other is Facebook, which we've seen to be very popular. We also target specific pages. I've sent a number of openings to the Sun Valley community page or various pages similar to that. We also looked at potentially using Instagram. That is kind of the new social media where we use stories and highlight reels to talk about the different openings that we have for the month. We also talked about using video reels. We do have dedicated staff to assist us in video and that type of content. So we want to start utilizing that contract to be able to create maybe PSA, not necessarily on the radio, but to communicate that out. Physical postings, that's one we've heard really big, especially with the senior advisory board. So physical postings are going to be really important to post them at places where people will see them, whether it's the senior center or the county complex, which are the standard ones. One that I thought of the other day is maybe for parks and open space, we can print a QR code in the application at trailheads, because those are individuals that are interested in serving our parks and being respectful to our areas. Another way we can do this is by direct shares. So this is really word of mouth, engaging interested groups. One of the things we weren't even doing is letting the board know they had a vacancy. So the simple things like that we can do to change how many individuals we see getting involved. We also looked at maybe with WASHA 3-in-1, while we don't want individuals to be on hold for a long time or at all, it might be good to do a PSA on the different commission openings while they're on hold to kind of get the wheels turning. And as county manager has been doing most recently, he also announces the board and commission openings at the beginning of the first meeting. So next in the process, once we receive the applications and vetted them, make sure they all qualify, is the interview process. So that what we are going to be doing is taking the applications and any supporting material, like I mentioned, letter of recommendations, resumes. We'll send that. Before, we used to send it just to the liaison of the board and committee, but we've seen that the appetite is to send it to the board as a whole. So we'll go ahead and send them over to every member of the BCC or the board that needs to consider the vacancy. That will be an email of all the applicants to you guys, and then an email to the applicants of the timeline of when they can expect to be appointed. Because what we found is individuals were sending us kind of one-off emails of, when can we see this come to the board? How do I know if I'm selected? So we really want to make sure to bring them out of the dark so they can be a part of the process as much as possible. The next of which, and of course the most important, is actually interviewing these individuals. So we have a couple different options that we can look at or pursue, the first of which being an in-person or virtual interview process. Those can be coordinated, of course, by commission support, and that's physically bring those individuals here into the chambers to do an interview process or one-on-ones with each individual. The next of which is the public meeting process. I'm sorry, that one is for the BCC. The in-person is for each of you individually. The public meeting process would be to bring them in here. The only thing that we wanted to say is that it does appeal to a small group of participants. Not very many individuals can get 10 a.m. on a Tuesday off to be able to come and speak. With the Parks and Commission opening, for example, we received 17 applications. So you imagine with 17 applications, they get 3 minutes each to speak. That's 51 minutes that the meeting extends just for the application process. And that doesn't include public comment. So our recommendation or direction would be to do phone interviews. That seems to be the most use of your guys' time as well as the applicant's time. Like I said, we'll send over the application information, including who their points of contact are, and you can reach out to them at your leisure to make sure that they're the right candidate for that position. So after we do select that lucky individual, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're following up with them. So sending a congratulatory email with the selected candidate, of course, is necessary, and to include the staff liaison for that board, whether it's the agenda coordinator or one of our Washoe County staff, and of course, the chair of that board to introduce them, give them any information that they may need, onboarding documents, and as such. We also want to send an appreciation email to the candidates that weren't selected, because we want to continue to encourage them to apply. We'll standardize the language. It can be automatic. It can be sent directly from commission support. But the application, whenever they do apply, will be on file for a year. So they don't need to reapply if there's another vacancy that pops up later on, like we saw with Parks. And that includes the incumbent. So if the incumbent has been in that position for 4 years, we still ask that they fill out another application just in case anything changes, or maybe the board has an appetite to go a different direction. But we, of course, want to encourage everyone to apply and to be engaged. So that being said, lot information. This is just basically a breakdown of that process, more condensed. So the vacancy occurs. Our staff is notified either through Granicus or by other staff coordinating that board and committee. We post the information on our webpage, make sure the application is linked, of course have printed applications for those who would like to come in person, communicate that out either via email blast, physical locations, direct shares, go into the interview process, which is applications to the BCC, and as we recommended, the phone or virtual interviews, and then the selection process with a follow-up email. So what we really want you to take away from this process is just standardizing from posting to selection. Again, this is something that we've never really done before or honed in on, but as we've seen from the community and from the board, there's a lot of confusion regarding boards and committees, which we want to help alleviate. I did want to mention, and like I said earlier, this does only apply to the boards and commissions that you guys directly appoint to. The other one that you guys are members of is standardized. County manager one is standardized, as well as the ones for external agencies. Not necessarily standardized, but it may be something that we can implement as a future goal. Of course, the continued support from the board and for our subcommittee to implement this change throughout the organization. This is really the catalyst to get us going. So we'd like to develop guidelines for countywide best practice, similar to how you would see for the public records request going through Washoe 3-in-1. We want to make sure that this is going to be the best practice for the county to make sure that we're garnering the most engagement and communicating it out appropriately. So that being said, the next thing we'll do is we'll make sure we start to update Granicus with our liaisons and transition the boards and committees over to the Granicus embedded page. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms.
You have any
Wilson.
questions?
That is a great presentation of a well-developed program. I'm impressed. Thank you so much. And I would just ask that we add a certificate when folks term out or when they leave a board, just to say thank you, maybe signed by the chair or the chair of that particular board. But very appreciative of this. And I know Commissioner Clark definitely had brought this up. So I want to go to him first if he has any comments.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of comments. First of all, I'd like to thank you for, I thought, a very well thought out presentation. Covered a lot of areas, some areas that I had in my notes to ask you about, and you preempted me, so congratulations. You did say something about if you had up to 17 applicants for a particular board and do phone interviews. What about having those folks come in and maybe do a video where we can watch them? Because, you know, it's real important to look at facial expressions and voice inflections and so forth when somebody's presenting their case to be on a board.
Yeah.
So would it be possible to have somebody come in and sit in a room and give us 3 minutes or 5 minutes about themselves? We may not be restricted to so much time if each person got 5 minutes to tell why they wanted to be on the board, and we have a recorded video of that we can refer to at a later date.
Yeah, Alexandra Wilson for the record. I think that would be a good idea. We talked about kind of the virtual interviews. Since we do utilize Microsoft Teams, I think that would be a great use of that product. Like you talked about, either in person or virtual, depending on the availability of the board members. But if we even paired up 2 of you guys to look at the different applicants, maybe the ones that rose to the top, you can pick your top 2 or 3 and go from there. I think that would be excellent.
See, my thoughts are if it was recorded, we could look at it at our convenience and then get back to you without having open meeting violations. Get back to you who we liked, and you can kind of tabulate that
Yeah, well,
move forward.
Alexandra Wilson again, forming kind of that process on the fly. I could see commission support conducting sort of an interview of that sort and recording the information and then sending it over to you. We can certainly do that.
Sure, sure. Okay, I've got a couple more questions. Postings, are they a minimum of 3 weeks? Is that what we're shooting for, a minimum of 3 weeks on notification? And I want to be clear to this. I always just wanted, our job is to notify people. It's up to them to respond. I mean, I just don't want to be in a position where somebody says, I didn't know that was available. So I want to look them in the eye and say, hey, we had 3 weeks. It was posted here, and sorry you missed the deadline. And so that's the attitude I want. I want to just make sure that we've done our job. Our job is to make sure is throw the biggest net out we can, let everybody know, and that way we don't have anybody coming back at a later date saying, oh, I didn't know that was out there. And that's all I'm trying to get to is the most postings we can get. And then we've done our job, and we can hold our head up high and say, we not let you know. It's up to you to back. Let's put the ball back in their court, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Alexandra Wilson for the record. Yes, 3 weeks is going to be our minimum standard. We had it at 2 or 3 weeks. I think 3 weeks is a good amount of time to give individuals a chance to, A, be notified of the opening, B, see if they want to apply and go back. If they start an application and don't finish it, our system actually notifies them they have an application in process. So maybe they change their mind and they want to go back and apply. So 3 weeks, I think, is a good amount of time to give them that opportunity. But that's the standard we'd like to go by.
Again, I wanted to congratulate you on the way the system is set up. If somebody starts an application but they don't finish it, you send out a little a memo to them notifying them that they haven't finished yet. So if you're still interested, move forward. So that's a good heads up, I think. I think that's a great. Are we going to continue with that?
Yes, we will.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Hart.
One other item. Do we keep these applications on file for a year? Is that my understanding?
Alexandra Wilson, yes, that is correct.
Are we going? And what do we do with them after that? What are they shredded? What? Is that a database we can use in the future to encourage if they thought about it once, maybe the timing wasn't right, maybe something happened in their family life and they couldn't, but if we keep them on a database, maybe we can reach out to all of those folks on a regular basis.
Yeah, Alexandra Wilson for the record. So they are kept on file for a year because the database is cloud-based. It lives online. Once those applications are done, they kind of become, I guess, disabled, but they still are in our system. They're just not active. So if any individual is interested a year later, they would have to reapply. In addition to that, anyone who wants to become involved in citizen opportunities, we do have an email distribution list that they can become a part of, and that's where we send them. We also send them to district-specific lists to do jurisdictional messagings or specific areas, depending on what the board is looking for. So like we saw with Senior Advisory Board, they were looking specifically for a District 3 member, so we would communicate out to District 3 and the areas within District 3 on Nextdoor.
Sure. One last question. Are those, without getting into privacy issues, I know that's always an area minefield that we don't want to get into, but as far as the names of the people that apply and the boards that they apply for, is that public record? Or at the very least, can the other commissioners see who's applying for what and see if we recognize the names and what boards they're applying for? Is that public record, number one? That's the first part of the question. And number two, do the county commissioners get to review that list of all applicants for all boards?
Yes, Alexandra Wilson. So yes, that information is public record. Anytime they apply for a public board, it automatically becomes part of the record. On the application, it does say your information now becomes part of the public record. So when you apply, you're basically agreeing to that notion. In addition to that, when we send you guys all the boards and committee applications, they won't be redacted, but if anyone were to request the information, what's also nice about Granicus is they have a redacted application built in. So we can download those with protecting privacy information just to include the name and the answers that they provided.
Yeah, thank you so much. We want to protect everybody's privacy. I understand that, but it's kind of important for the community to know who's applying for positions, and might spur somebody else on to want to apply for a position if they say, well, if Mary could do it, I could do it, that kind of a thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman.
I just wanted to thank you for doing such a thorough job. They give you all the hard jobs, don't they?
I appreciate it.
Great. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Wilson, you were referred to in our agenda review the other day as a human encyclopedia, and I agree. You inherited a binder that was outdated, and you created this for us. And as a new county commissioner, I really appreciate such a thoughtful, thorough, streamlined process to this all. Using technology and social media to increase community engagement is absolutely critical, and we need to have all these vacancies live in one place so that it's easily accessible. So I applaud you for your efforts. So thanks.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And we will look forward to seeing who applies for all these open board seats, and we'll be seeing you soon, and we'll talk to you then.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Manager, can you please lead us into public comment?
Sure. Public comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
We do have several people signed in, so if the second person can queue up after the first person is up. First, we have Elise Weatherly, followed by William Poochert.
Hello, Elise Weatherly. I wish I had a half an hour to talk to you guys, but I think you'd get bored with me by then. Did I dress up for you? Absolutely not. What I did was I wore a Whitewater t-shirt. I used to be in a band called Whitewater. I call it the Booze Band. And the reason being, why is this feeding back so much? The reason being is because we didn't like each other, okay? The only person I liked in the band was the bass player, Mike Kelly. I didn't even like myself. Now, do I like Whitesnake? Yes, I do, and I'll explain to you guys why later. But in the meantime, I'm going to ask Tom Gordon if we can make our band called Snake in the Water, because that's what it's going to be. I'm not your popular person. I'm not going to try to be popular anymore. When you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you become very unpopular. So what I want to talk today is about sneakers. Did you know that at the Sun Valley board meeting, they made you sign in when you came in to speak? And so what happened was that was now my address was public record. Did that have anything to do with whoever came sneaking onto my property after that to snip my hose, probably as a threat? Did that have anything to do with it? Yeah, maybe it did. I wanted to come and read some scriptures to you guys too, because I have found David Coverdale in Whitesnake, his ancestor Miles Coverdale, is really the foundation of the songs that I write, because I write about the truth. And before I write about the truth, I have to know if it's true or not. So there's this thing called accountability, that every person is going to stand before God and give an account of their life. So I got to thinking, well, how's that going to happen? You know, who keeps those records? How are we going to be identified? Well, we will be identified by DNA, and we will be identified by memory banks, that very unique. You know, nobody's going to carry around my thoughts to be put on record. They're going to be with their own thing. So what I wanted to say is that the sneaker, what she did is on record. The people that stabbed me in the back, they're on record. Now, I might have to wait for a while before that court case comes to place, but it's going to happen. On a lighter note, I did apply for a cab meeting, and if there's a man named Chuck who's still on that board for Sun Valley, I will just say, don't do what you did to me before. Don't squeeze me out. Don't stab me in the back. We just won't work together because we don't see eye to eye. The hard copy of the cab application, by the way, no drop-down box. So you have to kind of write in what you're applying for. I did receive a congratulatory phone call from Cecilia Lebel when I was elected on the board of Sun Valley Highland Ranch Homeowners Association. I've never seen such snarling in my life. By the way, I wonder if the sons and daughters of Aaron could go fix the Sun Valley Boulevard bumps, because they have some bumps in the road that if you forget that they're there, bam, you go down. Somebody just needs to either, send me a response or just go fix it themselves. Thanks.
William Puchert, followed by Mark Newman.
Commissioners, Mr. County Manager, my name is Willie Puchert, and I am president of the Sons and Daughters of Aaron. We're Northern Nevada's nonprofit Irish heritage organization for over 50 years. I am joined by my fellow member, Michael Delastia, and he's one of our Irish Persons of the Year. And you all heard as you were coming in, our fellow board member, Doyle Stewart, who's our resident musician performing out in the lobby, who had to get back to work. And we appreciate the opportunity today to show off some of our Irish culture. We also I'm also here to say thank you very much for the generous donation requested by Commissioner Herman and approved by all of you. These funds will assist us in presenting our Northern Nevada Celtic Ceilidh, which will be held in the Reno Brewery District on May 20th and continues the legacy of the Celtic celebration that used to be held at Bartley Ranch Park until the pandemic forced its cancellation. The Sons and Daughters of Aaron was proud to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Rancho San Rafael Park last year, where our organization planted trees in the mid-90s and established an area on the eastern edge of the park called St. Patrick's Grove. And here is a picture of that. We have engaged in other public service projects, such as restoring 30 Irish family graves at Hillside Cemetery, who bear the namesake of familiar streets in our area like Mayberry and Plum. Our Blanchfield Memorial Ceremony, where we spread shamrocks from Ireland on the grave of the Irish-American airmail pilot William Blanchfield, is a tradition that will reach its century mark next year and for which we are planning a series of activities around. Our organization also participates in community events, and I'm proud to say we were one of the winners of the Sparks Hometown Christmas Parade for Best Community Group. And in addition, we also won the Best Parade Formation Award along with our fellow Celtic community members in the Nevada Day Parade a few years ago. Our organization has supported charities over the years, particularly those who assist vulnerable populations like the Assistant League and Domestic Violence Resource Center. We also assist in discovering their ancestry, and we encourage you to utilize the TMCC Library Genealogy Lab, where 2 of our members discovered they were distant cousins just from using their software. To find out more about our organization and our upcoming events, visit irishnevada.org or find us on Facebook.
Thank you.
Mark Newman, followed by Tracy Thomas.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. For the record, Mark Newman. Special thanks to staff. Last month I was in here and we spoke about some of the Sun Valley residents being charged for flood control or something in Sparks. Well, staff got back to me and explained the whole works to me on how everything goes. Back in 86, 87, the big flood, Casa de Plata area out there on Pyramid Highway all flooded out, and so down the road, more floods happened and everything else, and so Washoe County decided to put in some major work through the Casa de Plata area, dig it all out. They put in some dams and retention areas in here, and then all of the unincorporated areas of Washoe County in that area, they got the extra fee to pay for the work that was done. Up here in Sun Valley, which is unincorporated, these couple little areas right in here actually flow down the Highland Ranch Gulch and flow down past all of that development that was done. Five Ridges just put in right here a huge dam also that will stop all of the water. So it holds back all the water. And then up here, the only water that actually does go down this way is at where the new Desert Springs Middle School is. All the rest of that water that flows down that area there's no development. So what I'm asking you guys today is if you could please relook at it, and at least, if nothing else, for the hardest hit of our community, the senior citizens, that they be relieved of that payment of the 27-something a quarter. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Michael Smith.
Good morning. Benjamin Franklin wrote in 1733, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." NRS 244.194 stipulates commissioners have the discretion to utilize voting and counting devices that best serve local interest and not what Clark County uses or what the state pushes for their agenda. Item 15 staff report acknowledges Washoe County's equipment has reached the end of life. This is further affirmed by the end of life parameters defined within your own technology services department. Rather than blindly reordering more of the same devices, will at least two of you please request an agenda item to discuss the concerted effort in selling our current equipment and exploring other devices and solutions available that would better serve local residents. If the solution is a machine, please consider the systems Carson City uses, which provides voters more confidence in allowing them to insert their own paper ballots into the tabulators and then returns a paper receipt with the date and time that their ballot was cast. It also reduces the need for adjudication, as the voter would be right there to affirm any discrepancies. This allows Washoe County to migrate to a fully paper ballot system, removing the inequitable processes of ballots currently in place, which violates several election laws. Paper ballots will also contribute to a more transparent audit when invoked. NRS 244.330 stipulates public printing and the printing of all ballots are to be placed within a printing establishment within the county or the state. What efforts is Washoe County taking to ensure ballots and election materials are printed within Washoe County? Due to the maladministration of voter records through the DMV, please also request an agenda item for your next meeting to discuss the cleanup of Washoe County voter records per NRS 293.530. Postcards should be mailed to every registered active voter now to verify the voter's residential address, party affiliation, citizenship, and mail ballot preference. The postcard should notify the voter the failure to return this prepaid postage postcard with your signature may place your voter record in an inactive status. A second postcard should then be sent by the end of September to all active voters who failed to return the first postcard and in all postcards returned with an incorrect signature. The postcard should notify the voter the failure to return this prepaid postage postcard with your signature will place your voter record in an inactive status. This will reduce unnecessary waste and cost associated with the volume of election materials and ballots mailed that are returned undeliverable each election and ensure only eligible voters are receiving ballots. All postcards returned with valid signatures should be compared against assessor records to ensure the property is a valid residential property. All addresses that are not residential shall require contact to the voter to cure a correct residential address in order to determine the correct precinct. Thank you.
Michael Smith, followed by Nichelle Hall.
No clapping, please.
Michael
I didn't
Smith?
hear the name. Madam
Michael
Clerk,
Smith.
could you repeat it?
Michael Smith, followed by Nichelle Hall.
Thank you.
Could you turn up the volume of your mic? I can't hear it either. Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Smith. That is my real name. This is the first time I've been here, so I apologize if I get out of protocol or any kind of rules or things of that nature. I also come here a little disarmed because I got engaged in this topic late in the game, so I may not have all the information that I want to present to you in terms of my concerns. I won't be here for the agenda item 15 later this afternoon, so I at least want to put it on record that I'm opposed to any recommendations at this point moving forward with that. When I read this recommendation under our item number 15, A lot of questions come to mind, and if those answers are out there, again, that's on me for not being prepared. But I look at this, the first thing it comes to when you look at this, this proposal, an operational view is pretty vague. In the military, I understand operational, understand tactical, I understand strategic. An operational view, and then there's also operational effectiveness. Once again, having done military tests and operational tests, I know what operational effectiveness is, I know what operational suitability is, but it's not necessarily defined well enough, at least in this document, for me to really grasp what are the issues. So the first thing that comes to mind is where's the problem statement with regards to our elections? When you look at this, you're having some other outside organization come in and do an operational review of what specifically? Is there a defined scope? The problem statement should articulate exactly what the issue is. There's a comment in here following operational effectiveness that talks about accuracy. Well, when I see the word accuracy, that raises alarm bells thinking, was something inaccurate? And what does that translate to with regard to our election process? So I have a lot of other questions. I have some more homework to do, and I won't waste your time or anybody else's time, but I just want to put it on record, please, that I am opposed to the moving forward on agenda item 15. Thank you.
Next up, we have Nichelle Hull, followed by Gary Butcher. Nichelle Hull.
Nichelle Hull, for the record, precinct 6103. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I recently attended a library school board meeting, and it was at the Spanish Springs branch, and Jana, the librarian there, had her folks put on a presentation to highlight the library's programs, and I thought, by and large, most of them were really excellent, and I enthusiastically support those programs, such as First Lego League. There was a crafting day, etc. So I believe that libraries should provide wholesome activities which elevate learning, elevate elements that enrich life, that encourage civic society. I wholeheartedly am in opposition to the drag queens being brought in for preschool story hour because I don't believe that that's wholesome, nor do I believe it's appropriate for children. I believe that drag is a non-normative sexually based performance, that it occurs in adult entertainment venues, and that it does not belong or have any kind of natural association with children or babies or preschoolers or middle schoolers or teenagers. I just don't see that connection there. And regarding that, when we show up to these library board meetings, and we're happy to come to these meetings, due to the public meeting laws, it's as though our opinions, our desires are pretty much ignored. In fact, I emailed every single one of you in addition to Jeff Scott. And I did get an autoresponder email back from Jeff Scott, so that was appreciated. But I didn't hear back from any of you on this topic, which I did not appreciate. So, the bottom line is we're told if you have concerns, you can email your concerns to, so-and-so, Jeff Scott or whomever. But there isn't really any kind of two-way conversation there to address the concerns of the library holders, the parents, the community members, the taxpayers. So, in essence, we feel that we're being ignored. And when you talk to and you read the literature put out at the libraries, it's all about diversity, acceptance, tolerance.
Gary Butcher, followed by Pam Roberts.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gary Butcher, and I'd like my comments entered into the record. And these are my own comments. I am not associated with any group or organization. I know the following has been suggested to the Commissioners before. We have CABs, Community Advisory Boards. Could the Commissioners please look into creating an election advisory board to take care of these audits?
No clapping. Go on, sir.
To conduct these audits and identify and remedy the processes and the procedures if needed, or deficiencies, I'm sorry. Basically, the citizens of Washoe County are stakeholders in our elections. It appears that the county has a propensity to always hire outside community. For instance, employment company, I believe they're from Chicago. For the poll workers, printing company, I'm sorry, I don't remember where you hired those guys from, but they are outside of our community. Now we have this election group to make suggestions on how we should address our elections. I implore you to vote against retaining this election group. Thank you.
No clapping. I am happy to read forum restrictions and orderly conduct of business into the record. The Board of County Commissioners conducts the business of Washoe County and its citizens during meetings. The presiding officer may order the removal of any person whose statement or other conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of meetings. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. The viewpoint of a speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed on the times, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited, and that includes clapping. Madam Clerk, the next commenter, please.
Pam Roberts, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pam Roberts for the record. Pam Roberts for the record. I initially came down here because I did want to hear the presentation on Agenda Item 3 regarding boards and commissions and the appointment process. I'm on the Senior Advisory Board as a regular member, and I am an alternate to the CAB for my area. I'm not speaking on behalf of either of those boards or capacity. It's my individual capacity. I had a chance to look at the overview and did my own kind of review of the boards and commissions, because I know that there has been some problems with the posting process, the recruitment process, the appointment process, the follow-up in terms of letting people know whether they were selected or not. And so I appreciate what has been done. I think I still have a few questions or concerns. One is it stays on file for 1 year. What's the beginning of that 1 year? So I think that's an important thing for us to know about. I also noted that some of the boards and commissions have bylaws that they're able to amend. Some have rules and procedures that the commission is the only one who can amend. Some of the boards and committees or commissions are actually authorized by Nevada revised statute. Some are authorized by statute, but also have an ordinance that goes with it. I think there's still a lot of information that can be improved upon. I also was not planning on speaking about this, but it seems like almost every board meeting, somebody comes up and talks about voter issues. And what I hear from my perspective is, yes, we want to make sure that every eligible voter can vote. My concern is, do we get it so problematic that we lose out on eligible voters voting? So some of the comments that I've heard over the past sessions, I'm concerned that they really are wanting voter suppression, which I don't think this board wants. The third item has to deal with, I think it's agenda item 22, and it has to do with the parcel map review. I really encourage this commission, because there's some new members, to look at the Warm Springs area plan, because that is something that's going to be coming up. I live out there in rural Washoe County, and it's beautiful, and we share it with the rest of Washoe County, and I hope that you'll continue to keep it as rural as possible. Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Thomas Daly.
No clapping, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. May I have the overhead, please?
It's on.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Brown, Mr. Edwards, Madam Clerk, for the record, Cindy Martinez. And with the fullness of time and my participation here and talking to you in the last couple and a half years, I've had the opportunity to not only be engaged in the process, but also independently evaluate the information on both sides of the issue of election integrity, right? Also to read voluminous articles on the internet, blog posts. I was a poll observer in 2020. I was a poll observer in 2022. And I want to give you some perspective when I put on my statutory and regulatory experience. So imagine, and this happened to me, this is kind of an aggregation of cases that I was called to investigate. So imagine you get a call from a casino cashier, a surveillance room that tells you that their casino cashier has overpaid somebody at the cashier counter. And so when they were giving out change, they were supposed to give $8 and gave one $5 bill and three $1 bills. So I roll down there and evaluate the inconclusive video because the resolution isn't clear. Ask if there's a shortage in the drawer. No, there's no shortage, but I know what I saw, says the observer. May I see your policy manual? What does a policy procedure manual say for your cage cashiers? How is that drawer supposed to be set up? Well, it's supposed to be set up 20 from descending denomination, 20 to 1, left to right. For everybody, left and right-handed cashiers, yes, your cashier is left-handed. Can I go down there and inspect that cashier drawer? I go down and I inspect the cashier drawer, and your rebel left-hand cashier, in contradiction to policy and procedure, has his drawer set up in the reverse. So in actuality, when the observer thought that they saw that they were supposed to get one $5 bill and $3 bills, they believed that they saw that this went out. So, and the reason I bring that up is because in my experience as a poll observer and listening to reports of what people believe they saw, don't assume facts not in evidence. So what I'm looking forward to in item 15 is hearing how you expect the elections group to responsibly review your policies and procedures and establish concrete policies that aren't going to leave any doubt to what it is that we're participating in elections. Thank you.
Thomas Daly, followed by Roger Edwards.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thomas Daly for the record. I'm not able to stay for the entire meeting, so I want to speak to item 17 on your agenda, which is the extension of the forensic agreement between the Washoe County Sheriff and the City of Reno. That agreement expired last June 30th. You're now being asked to extend it, and will expire in 90 days if you do extend it, so more to come. Since that time, there's been no staff presentation to you, no staff report to you, no audit of that agreement. We know that there's $1 million payment from the city to the county. What we don't know is how many dollars the sheriff expended providing those services. Chief Soto from Reno testified before his city council in August of 21 that based on historical norms, they would be using $1,615,000 worth of services from the sheriff, but would only be paying the county $1 million. That begs the question, who's picking up the tab for the $615,000 difference, assuming that was the actual expenditure? The president used to say, trust but verify. There is no audit provision in the extension before you. You can independently order that, have the county auditor do it. I would prefer to see the requirement in the agreement so that there's no question that the city knows it's going to be audited and your taxpayers know that there's some financial accountability. Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Sandy Tibbet.
Good morning, Board of Public Servants. I too am a public servant. I'm retired from the military. I've served my country, community, neighborhood for, I don't know, 60 years about. And I know all about expecting public servants to respond to the public. Now, I'm here to bring you a kind of a personal item. I know you are dying to hear an update on the Golden Valley Recharge Program. It went over $1 million last month of inappropriate charges to my community. $1,044,600 overcharged to my 630 residents. What does it take? I mean, what's the number? What do we have to get to before a system that's been shut down for 7 years quits charging the community? Come on, folks. I'll send you, I'll provide a little sketch next time I come here that you can keep in your wallet for reference. It goes on $14,400 every month. It's just nuts. I mean, it's past nuts. It makes Incline Village overcharge look like nothing. This has been pointed out to you guys for 2 years that it's an overcharge. It's been shut off for 7 years. And you guys should have shut it down way back when. At least the charges. I mean, you're not providing a service, but you're still charging the neighborhood. All right, enough personal stuff. I'm here to complain about item 15 on the agenda. I looked up the CEOs and all the rest of the primary people on the elections group. And you got to be kidding me. They have a background that you wouldn't hire. And here we are looking at giving them a contract for, I don't know, how much, $1 million here, $1 million there. But we need to require more. You know, we know our elections program was screwed up. We've had example after example after example, and some examples going as high as 40,000 illegal, inappropriate votes. And it's important that we hire adequate people to look into our program. I encourage you, and I plea that you will individually look up the background of the people involved with this group and realize you cannot expect them to fix our problems.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Renee Resentis.
No clapping, please.
Good morning, Board. Sandy Tibbet for the record, District 5. This is just a friendly reminder that we, the people, are requesting that Drag Queen Story Hour be put on the agenda so we can discuss it and take action to eliminate it. Eliminate Drag Story Hour from all present and future programs at all Washoe County libraries. War is being waged against American family values. And specifically, they're targeting our children. Their innocent imaginations are being used as a gateway to influence and confuse their impressionable minds and to normalize an alternative lifestyle that at a very early age, it's done on purpose. Confuse them on gender, convince them they were born the wrong gender, and then enable them to transition to another gender by providing them puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, binding of breasts, surgically removing the testicles, and eventually allowing them to mutilate themselves by getting gender-affirming surgery. The descent into depravity needs to stop, and this board can help by terminating Drag Story Hour at all our taxpayer-funded libraries. Let's see, the late ARC's Mayor Ron Smith recognized the hazards of allowing drag queens to mix with children and advocated to cancel the event back in 2019 by reaching out to then Commissioner Vaughn Hartung and Washoe County Library Director Jeff Scott. Mayor Smith was ignored by Hartung, and Jeff Scott moved forward with putting Washoe County children at risk. Scott is quoted saying it is ridiculous and offensive to the LGBTQ community to say that anyone is going to molest children, end quote. William Dees, a drag queen out of Houston, Texas, was exposed as a convicted child sex offender after reading to children at a Houston, Texas library. Bryce Williams, another drag queen out of Pennsylvania, charged with 25 counts of child pornography. Danielle Fiorentino, drag queen out of Jackson, Ohio, arrested for soliciting a 15-year-old boy. Who will be offended when Washoe County children, or when a Washoe County child is harmed by a drag queen? Why even take the chance? And I just want to say I too attended the last library board meeting in Spanish Springs, and I want to applaud the programs that were highlighted in their presentation. Those are the type of programs that all people of Washoe County will stand behind. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Renee Resentis, followed by J.S. McElhenney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Renee Resentis, for the record. I also want to speak to the drag queen story time. I don't have a lot more to add. I've gone to the meetings and I've spoken out. The one thing that I do have to say is that they are grooming our kids, and they're doing it in a public library. And just like some people want to say, okay, if you want to teach your children about God, do it in your own home. Well, I feel the same way about Drag Queen Story Hour. They can do it in their own home, and they can groom their children the way they want, unfortunate as it is. But I think that this needs to be looked at equally. They want to take God out of school, fine. We want to take story time out of our public libraries. Our children are very prone, and rightly so. They're curious. They're very intrigued by something new and colors and entertainment, and so they're easy prey, and that needs to stop. We need to take that into consideration. Also, I don't know if you've heard of Chloe Cole, who was talked into transitioning, and she was talked into taking the hormones and all of the injections that you need to transition, and she had her breasts removed at 15 years old. She is now suing Kaiser Hospital, who did the surgeries and encouraged her also. And she'll never be able to breastfeed a baby. She's very, very sorry for that happening to her and allowing herself to be led in that direction, as are many, if you look into it. And I also want to say that I concur with Tracy Thomas and her comments, and those people that are addressing our voter integrity are the machines and everything else, where we are just being controlled, we the people, by our electors and those that are appointed to positions. And I sat in this group, and we can talk about that later, but I was called to be interviewed by the elections group. Anyway, thank you for your time.
J.S. McElhaney, followed by Nicholas St. John.
J.S. McElhaney for the record. I've got 3 items I want to talk about briefly. First of all, I want to reiterate opposition to drag queen story hours. Drag queens by themselves, I could care less. It's actually entertaining for adults, but it's not appropriate for children under 18 years of age. I attended the same library board meeting that several of the other people did, and the director was very proud of the inclusion of Drag Queen Story Hour. If I had the power, I would fire him. He does not represent our community values. There were more than 100 people speaking in opposition to Drag Queen Story Hour, and it just doesn't belong in libraries or anywhere else other than a cabaret where adults are the only people allowed. I'd like to also go over item number 15, since I may not be here then. I oppose the approval of the contract with the election group. 3 of the top officials are left-leaning, known left-leaning individuals. The county manager has authorized, according to what I can understand, $100,000 without the legal authority to do so. He's assuming that you folks will approve of this expense. I would suggest doing a search for an executive with outstanding track record of organizational skills to reorganize the Registrar of Voters office. A nonpartisan executive should be able to be hired for $150,000 and do the job, okay? Where's the next one? The next one is number 19, which is related to number 15, and it seems like the school district and the county commission and every other state-run organization just keeps adding layer upon layer of administration. We could get rid of half of the school board administrators, school administrators, and put that money into the teachers. Now, that's off the subject, but it illustrates the point I'm trying to make, is that why are we adding deputy this and deputy that? Hire one strong executive and let them reorganize the system. We don't need outside consultants, like one of the other folks said. Why are we, you might say, sending our jobs outside of the state of Nevada or outside of the county? Hire people within the county. There's a lot of really smart people in this town. Okay, thank you very much.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Donna Clumps.
Nicholas St. John for the record. I'm here for our, item 15 as well, and one of the things that we've looked at on there, and so I'm on the list. I was not notified that I was on the list. We talk about transparency, and we can't even have transparency in the very document that has started a review and hiring an outside firm. Being on that list, I'm one of 11 people who seem to be on the conservative side, and on the liberal side, there are 22 people who have been selected for that list. I'm not sure that's what we would call fair and balanced. So I'm asking you guys, they've already been here for 2 weeks. They don't have a contract signed. You guys have not agreed to that. And more than likely, there could be a split even today, and they would continue for another 2 weeks before the next board meeting before they could have a contract signed and agreed to. So I'm asking you to stop this review as it is and take the recommendations that the public has come to you guys already. Second of all, this is a, first of all, you guys work for us. You are elected servants of the people. When you guys do awards, you guys have everybody applaud for someone who has done something outstanding or that you agree with. So just telling us we cannot applaud or let people know that we're in agreement with them is tyrannical. And so you can have us removed, but that would be even more indicative that you do not support your oath under the First Amendment rights for us to. You've already stopped us from bringing in signs, and now if we applaud because we like somebody who, liking what they said, you're threatening us to have us removed from the chambers. So the other thing is I have asked for a way that we can have dialogue. We've been coming in here for well over 2 years now, and we have 3 minutes to state our thing, and then you guys ignore us. We've been silenced, ignored, by and large mistreated, and you guys work for us. So I've challenged you guys before. I'm asking for a resolution to be put on here for the board to have a minimum of 6 town hall meetings for each of the commissioners, that it comes out to the community where we can actually have dialogue and actually work through some of these issues that you guys have been ignoring us on. I'm going to spend the last 10 minutes applauding all of the people who have come into this chambers. Thank you. Thank you.
Donna Klontz, followed by Emiliano Pasillas, and Ms. Klontz has a document that I will distribute to the board.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Donna Klontz. I am a longtime citizen volunteer for Washoe County Boards and Commissions, and I really wanted to thank staff this morning for the work that they put into Alexander Wilson specifically to bring you the report about how to make it easier for those of us in the community who want to serve on the various advisory boards and commissions that exist here in Washoe County. I think that it has been underway for a few months, and we're really glad to see it come forward and make it a lot easier for folks to get involved and to be part of your community that gives you advice about various things that you're working on here in the community. I wanted to give you a couple of informational tidbits. The seniors are working on a senior day at the legislature, and I apologize, we changed this form so that it was white letters in the middle, but basically it is next, or it's Friday the April 7th in Carson City. We're bringing seniors from 9th Street Senior Center working with RTC to bring them down to Carson City so that they can participate in a few hours of learning about the issues that are before the legislature this session, and also to bring the seniors' perspective on some of the bills that are there in the legislature. So we wanted to let the community at large know about it and let you know that you're welcome to join us down in Carson or to come with us riding from 9th Street. I'm also doing a short advocacy training tomorrow at the 9th Street Senior Center, just on the general functioning of how that legislative process works and how each one of us can be involved in it. Second kind of announcement is I sing with a group called Toccata that's been here in our area for the last 18 years, and every Easter time we put on the Bach Passion. We have 2 free concerts in Reno coming up, one in Incline and one in Carson City, and I invite the whole community to please come. It's a full orchestra, full chorus, and soloists singing the Easter story to folks that are interested in hearing a wonderful production. So the Trinity Episcopal Episcopal Church on Palm Sunday and St. John's Presbyterian here in town. I sing alto in the group, so please come and hear the music. Last of all, I saw that item 15 was on the agenda today, and I really applaud the county manager for bringing an expert group here to help us make our election system stronger. I appreciate the comments from all of the folks here in the building today. However, I think that the facts show that our elections went very well, but let's fix it and make it even better next time. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Emiliano Pasillas, followed by Penny Brock.
Hi, for the record, my name is Emiliano Pasillas, and I'm a local pastor here in Reno, Nevada. This is the first time I've addressed you guys in this session. But initially, I believe that we are, as a preacher, I believe that we are all created in God's image. And as sons and daughters of God, we have a responsibility not only to our Creator, but only to our families and our children. I'm here regarding the drag queen story at our libraries. I believe that that should not be happening under your watch. You are the watchers, and you are the persons who allow whatever activities are done in our community. I believe strongly that we, as a pastor, I can teach my children at home and at our church. But if you open the doors for the LGBT or drag queen story at the libraries, I think you should open also the door for me to go into the libraries and do Bible story preaching. And if you don't allow me to do so, I think that you are liable for that responsibility. So you, as the gatekeepers of our community, are responsible for whatever you are permitting in our libraries, not only in our public libraries, but in our public settings, in the buildings of the Washoe County. So once again, I oppose to the story. There is a lot of, I would like to say that it's unnatural for the homosexuality. It's a sin. The Bible teaches that, Romans 1, and it teaches that it's contrary to God's nature or to our nature. God created us in His image, men and women. God created us as a man and a female. Period. There is nothing else besides that. Now, if you want to call it anything else besides that, well, you can call it whatever you want. But that's what God called us to be, men and a woman. Now, these stories are creating a lot of anxiety in our children. There's mental, sociological, emotional, and psychological, problems and issues in our kids. They look at it as entertainment, but it's not entertainment. It's they're conducting our children to a place that they're going to be for all their life, mental and emotional and psychological problems.
Please stop clapping. Madam Clerk, who's the next speaker?
Penny Brock, and then Susie Cooper.
Good morning. I'm Penny Brock. I live here in Reno. And I want to address agenda item number 15, which I oppose. Before I get into addressing my remarks about that, I would ask that the County Commission put back on the agenda the election integrity proposal that Jeannie Herman had heard last year. It is still relevant, so we would like to ask, because new information has come forward, which you received a letter from Robert Beatles about new findings that you need to hear publicly, and so we can have input on. So addressing the matter of the number 15, the election integrity group. First of all, who is this group? Well, supposedly they're out of Chicago. However, when you look at their address, us, it looks like it's just an office front group where someone answers the phone and then forward messages and mail to them. So we don't really know who they are. We know that Chris Piper, the head of this, he was the election manager for the state of Virginia when the new governor was elected in 2020, took office in 2021. He fired Chris Piper. If you look further into Chris Piper's background, he doesn't really have what I would consider needed for the elections, to oversee elections like we have. Number two, why do we need an outside group? We already have our Secretary of State. We have our Register of Voters, who's supposed to be an expert in this. We've got the staff. Perhaps we need to hire a consultant from Reno, like Tracy Thomas, who worked in the voter register office for years. So we've got much talent here that can advise if you need it. However, I would say if the current staff is not doing their job, perhaps they need to be replaced by competent people. This is not brain science. Also, this group, the Election Integrity the elections group, works with these different organizations. I've already researched many of them last year. They're out of Washington, D.C. The Center for Technology and Civic Life is out of Illinois, but they all work out of Washington, D.C. with the goal to centralize our election system from the top down. Centralization is the communist word for communism. We do not want centralization of anything. Janet Yellen just nationalized our banking system, which is the same thing. So I don't care what you call it, centralization or nationalization. It's still a form of moving us towards communism. We want our free constitutional right in our elections. Thank you.
Susie Cooper.
I can't hear that.
Susie Cooper, followed by Donald Fossum.
No more clapping. I will ask you to leave this next time. And we have a security gentleman who can escort you out.
Hi. I know a lot of you already have your minds made up probably about different things, but you might have to just unmake your minds up. And so I believe in transparency, absolute transparency with the elections, no fooling around, absolutely. Every vote should count. I mean, every real vote. I do not think the elections were fair, and I don't want election committee here for Agenda 15. And I would like Jeannie Herman's proposal reinstated. I don't, because it's still relevant. I think that the machine technology has taken us away from where you had votes in a small area where they were counted there and each person got to vote. Now it's all, I don't know, it's like willy-nilly. It's just haywire, where votes are counted until the person they want is selected in, and they aren't it's not like counting them properly, the real votes, because I know that some of the people, we did have a red wave. There's no way we didn't have one. And the people didn't want, I've watched elections for a long time. People do not want someone who's doing something bad. Like, for instance, you were talking about, some of the people were talking about drag queens. That makes no sense. Everybody wants their child to be normal. I mean, everybody, and each one of you do. None of you want your kids to grow up and be freaks or be out of line or grow up with mental problems. None of you want it. None of you here do, even if you won't admit it. None of you here want cheating in the elections, even if you won't admit it. We know that if someone's not elected in, if they're selected in, and the votes are counted until they get the person they want, that's why they hold off on the votes, and they quietly announce it on a Friday night. The machines have been the death of us. Really, I mean, of our elections. We need smaller, not consolidation. We need smaller elections where they're counted at the place by the people here in Reno, at Washoe County. So I know that people who are selected in and not elected do bad jobs. It's bad. they don't do good jobs because they've been selected, and they can know they'll be selected again, so they keep doing a bad job. And that's the way it goes. And even if people have their minds made up, they can unmake their minds up, unmake them. We need to have fair and free elections with lots of light shining on it and lots of transparency. And I'm not kidding around. I mean lots of transparency. Billions of people across the globe, billions and billions, think the same way I do.
Donald
Sir, you may
Fossum.
leave.
Donald Fossum, followed by Mac Rossi.
Did he remove me because I am a United States citizen?
I asked you not to clap, sir.
Did you
Not
say
your
why?
authority. It's actually been.
It's a form of free speech.
And it's been approved by the-
Clapping is not
We will take a break.
intimidating. Clapping is not because you're not getting.
Tyranny. Not been able to get anything done. You're elected public.
Well, I'm hoping this has given everyone an opportunity to calm down. I don't want anyone to be pulled out of the meeting. I really don't. But I would like for folks to follow the rules, which I'm asking for no disruptions. And if you can't do that, I'm happy to recess until 1 o'clock. So thank you for everyone calming down. Madam Clerk, will you please call our next public commenter?
Of course. We have first up Donald Fossum, followed by Mac Rossi. Donald Fossum. Mac Rossi.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mac Rossi. This is kind of boring now. I just wanted to make one comment on the great presentation that was done for getting the applicants for all these different committees. And first thank Commissioner Clark for instigating the whole thing, or it appeared to be anyway, from about a little over a month ago. The only suggestion I have as far as notifying, you might want to consider the HOAs, the Homeowners Association. And a lot of people may want to step up just one more category. So thank you.
Next up, we have Val White, followed by George Lee.
I don't think you can see these clearly, but another speaker had put those up. Center for Civic Design, Center for Technology and Civic Life, Cybersecurity, which is a CISA government agency, Democracy Fund, National Vote at Home Institute, U.S. Digital Response, and U.S. Election Assistance Commission, EAC. The majority of those organizations are leftist, progressive organizations. I have a couple questions. How did they connect with us? Who invited them here? Was it the county manager? Was it the registrar of voters, Jamie Rodriguez? Why are they coming? How did this get started? And the funding is backwards. The manager should have gotten approval from the commission to bring them in and begin working. That hasn't happened. That's an NRS violation. Is he going to be written up for not following according to his job description, one he knows very well? It would be irresponsible on your part to approve the funding he's asking for, to pay these vendors, this vendor election group, because it's not been done legally. Now, I also have done some research on these groups. Did they volunteer? Did they reach out to Washoe and Clark and Arizona themselves, because those states are critical in national elections? My guess is they have, because they have an agenda. It's a leftist, progressive agenda. I urge this commission to not approve the funding. Secondly, I did not appreciate the tone you are using, Commissioner Hill. I'm not 5 years old. I'm not to be spoken to in that tone, because you would not appreciate being spoken to in that tone. You're not a dictator. You don't have a right to ignore our rights of free speech. Clapping after a person has spoken is not interrupting the decorum of a meeting. During a speaker's comments, maybe, but not between. So please refrain from using that tone and from trying to infringe on our free speech rights. Thank you.
George Lee, followed by Darla Lee.
George Lee. I live here in Sparks, well, over there in Sparks. Speak up, he said. Oh, raise the mic. Item 15. Normally, when a contract is let, I believe that some agreement was made to pay them a certain amount of money, the people that are coming in as contractors. But as far as I know, and you can correct me, there was no contract let, and it's an after-the-fact thing. You're supposed to, agree on it, something, and then pay it, not pay it after the fact. There's a power grab going on in Carson City to silence the findings of the Nye County paper ballot counting last election. And to fight for you guys need to fight for the people of this county and not abdicate your responsibility to give it away to the state or give it away to the legislature or give it away. You need to fight for your own election system so that you have the power and keep the power to control that. This concept of centralization of power in the Secretary of State's office, they're supposed to oversee it. They're not supposed to tell the counties how to do it. If I can make my phone come back, okay. There's no super vote in this body. As far as I know, this body operates under Robert's rules. It was put into place with Mr. Hartung. He's no longer a commissioner again. And under Roberts, if you have an even vote, there's the measure, the motion the motion fails. That's the point. So if you can't get one person to peel off, you can't pass any work that has to be done. Anyway, have a nice day.
Darla Lee? Scott Johnston. Scott Johnston?
Good morning, Commission. My name is Scott Johnston. I became aware of agenda item 15 last night, and I have worked pretty strongly for being a poll watcher, curing ballots, and also voter rolls. So this is very important to me. So I looked into this group, the election group, and it didn't take very long, maybe an hour, to look into the backgrounds of the CEO, Jennifer Morrell, which she was officially, who currently worked as a variety of left-leaning election policy roles, most notably the works of a consultant on left-leaning Democracy Fund. So pretty surprising that we would even go there. And then we got Noah Perez, the president and co-founder. And in an election discussion in Tampa, he came on and quoted earlier on Wednesday, the SOEs heard from Noah Perez, an election security consultant, who spoke virtually about how the 2020 election was safer, more secure, more audited than any contest in American history. So that kind of struck a note with me, since we all are looking at our elections and we don't think it's going very well. Then we got Chris Piper. He's Chief Operating Officer. So this gentleman was appointed new election commissioner, and I think we've already kind of covered this, but Governor Youngkin was not in favor of him and fired him. So there was a interview by the governor, by Fredericks. He's a conservative talk show host. And he said the Department of Elections, we know there's a number, Governor Youngkin, of partisan left-wing nonprofits that have deeply infiltrated the Department of Elections in Virginia. Fredericks claimed on his show. He said, I'm not a fan of the Commissioner Piper, as you know. Do you have any plans to clean house there? Yes, he had plans. So why would we even consider this group to go into our ROV, make recommendations, set the agenda, is beyond me. So I would encourage the commission not to go in this.
Darla Lee, followed by Jean Kramer.
Morning. Darla Lee for the record. Yeah, I don't think there's any question that in regards to our last couple of elections that our ROV has been struggling, to put it kindly, and that we definitely need some kind of review and reform in that department in order to get free and fair elections. However, I think we just recently had a Sunshine Week, is that not correct, about transparency in government? And so I'm just wondering why we the people were not informed about at least the names of both of these groups that were being considered, and that now are we already have contracted with this one group? And so the transparency seems to be missing here as far as I can see. I'm also wondering in regards to the current legislative session that has numerous election bills, just a few are AB 242 that is going to be heard, I believe, tonight about going to only machine voting and no other paper ballots except for mail-in, which I consider a real tragedy. And then there's AB 246, which is having the SOS mandating that all election materials are done in 9 different languages. And then there's AB 88 that would have, for voters have ID, which I unfortunately will probably never get a hearing. So all of these bills that are coming down the pike that we don't know which ones are going to be, passed. However, there's plenty of them that will affect our election system. And by extension, I would assume would have some effect on our voting, our ROV, and the elections right here in Washoe County. So I'm, in that consideration, perhaps it would be a much better plan to delay until we can review some of these new bills that are going to be affecting the election and not be spending this kind of money on something that may need to be changed in the near future. Thank you.
Jean Kramer.
I'm Jean Kramer, for the record, and I've lived in Nevada for 52 years. I've seen a lot of changes, and they've not been good changes. I also have a home in Texas. I worked on the fishbowl for the some of the elections, but not the primaries, but not the elections, because I vote in Texas. And I charge all of you to find some kind of group that will look at other states that are fair. This is not a fair state. Nevada was. Texas was, because they turned down the Dominion voting machine because they knew it was a corrupt machine that was not going to be successful in the state of Texas. There are other issues with the ROV. When I vote in Texas, I usually call within an hour to the Secretary of State to see if my vote has been recorded. And they are so on top of everything, a much bigger state than Nevada. I think it would be a benefit to all of you to go to other states where we don't have the fraudulent voting machines and the fraudulent voting desires. As I remember, the only ballots or the only fraud in Texas was Harris County, which is Houston. Everyone else was pretty much on board. They had some issues, but nothing like we have in Nevada and the corruptness that's going on. We need to clean up and make this a fair state as it was 52 years ago and on. It's only been in the last 2 or 3 elections that I can remember that they were fraud. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in chambers, but I do have emails that will be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we will go to item 5. Mr. Manager, can you please lead us into that item?
Item 5 is Commissioners, County Managers, announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions, updates, requests for information, and topics for future agendas.
Okay, any commissioners want to speak on this item?
Madam Chair, I have an item.
Yes, Mr. Manager, I'd love to hear from you.
So I just want to thank our Irish musician, Mr. Doyle Stewart, who played for us this morning before our session. It was wonderful in our atrium as part of Irish Heritage Month. And I want to encourage all our employees and indeed the community, if you would like to share a piece of your family heritage or would like to share more about a culture that you're interested in with Washoe County, please contact us. We do have a diversity, equity, and inclusion group, and the lead is Elizabeth Jordan to become more involved, or you could just send that information in through Washoe 311. That's what I have this morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I see Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a number of items I'd like to go over, and the first I would like to start off with Roger Edwards. I asked this to be put on the agenda either the last meeting or the meeting before. You know, here we've got a senior citizen, we've got a veteran. Thank you for your service. You know, we all say thank you for your service, but are we really servicing this man? Are we thanking him for his service by his allegation he's being overcharged by the county? I want this on the agenda, and I want this investigated, and I want to get to the bottom of it. That's how you thank somebody for their service, is you treat them fairly. Okay, so he's been coming here for a number of years, and his allegation is the county's overcharging him. I don't know if that's true or not, but I want to look into it. That's all I'm saying about that particular issue. I'm probably not near as weary as he is of coming here and talking about this, but you know, I'm embarrassed to have to hear this from this poor man. Let's look into this. When can we get this on the agenda? It's number one. This isn't the right time to do that. I'm asking for it to be put on the agenda. Are we still, I'm looking at some other questions. Are we still taking applications for the third assistant county manager, and where are we in the process? I'd like to know that from the manager's office. We approved additional funds back in February 14, 2023 for Indigent Defense Council conflict. About 10 days ago, all the conflict council resigned except for 2. I know we've been in communications over this, but where are we? Since this involves the courts, I think we need to be extremely transparent. Per Judge Simons, we've got now 28 particular cases that are waiting for representation in the court. I think we need to make sure that that is resolved sooner than later. I want to talk about the Karma Box project, Safe Camp. You know, I'm told that at the CHAB meeting that Karma Box would have their 5013 status reinstated by March 15th. Now I learned that Ms. Searcy thought the submission was on March 10th of the necessary documents to the IRS by Karma Box, and they weren't accepted, and they must have hard copies, thus extending the timeline. I'd like to have known this and not needed to ask again or have these steps explained to me instead of being given a blanket response. That was wrong. You know, submitting something and having it approved are two different things. Any of you have ever submitted an application for anything, a loan, joining a club, getting this application in, that application? Submitting an application doesn't mean it's over, doesn't mean he's approved. So I'd just like to know when we can expect somebody who the county's paying, who came to us initially with their application and told us they were a 501c3, and they're not, because their documentation has lapsed. And that was per the newspaper. I think this happened sometime back in September. September to now, 5, 6, 7 months, whatever it is, we still don't have an answer. Then I want to talk about an article that was in This is Reno, talking about the Reno Downtown Partnership and an audit that mentioned sticky things happening. Commissioner Garcia, I know that you're a principal liaison in this group, and I'm the alternate, so if you could ask about this. I don't want to step on your toes, but I have a number of business people downtown, primarily the mini-marts, who supported me in my assessor and commission campaigns, and they're paying into this entity and are concerned. I know this new group is going to ask, they're called the South Asian Business Association, which is being headed up by Hava Ahmad. We've got a number of downtown mini-marts as members. How can we find out more about this? Number 5, I would like to know more about question. In the fall of 2022, when former Commissioner Bob Lucy and Kitty Jung chose to step away from the boards and commissions, this body appointed the same day. With the departure of Commissioner Hartung, why are we not making the assignments of those commissions and boards now? Then we can reassign when the new commissioner is appointed.
Commissioner Clark, I can answer that. Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
I'm just waiting for the new appointment of from the governor. So I'm hoping that will happen in April.
Well,
So we can.
I didn't get quite finished, so
Sure.
maybe you'd let me do that, and then, then we can make new assignments after the new commissioner is appointed. So waiting until the governor's not on our timeline, he's on his timeline. I don't know when that's going to happen, but we could appoint people as a temporary until we can figure out who the new commissioner might be. Also, one more question. Do we have to wait until we get a new commissioner appointed to choose the new vice chair? Because I was just going on the record that County Commissioner Herman, who's been going into her 9th year, is often overlooked. But when can County Commissioner Hartung, when we overlook her, that means all the residents in District 5 are being overlooked. It's pretty apparent she has the most time on the commission and could really be the only choice for vice chair. That's what I have. Thank you.
And Commissioner Clark, same thing with appointing chair and vice chair. We'll have that on the agenda when we have a new board member. But great questions. I've written them all down. I see Commissioner Herman is wanting to speak next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had some of the same things. I had Golden Valley water situation first on my list too, so I'll double that or second that one. It was mentioned today, and I was planning on mentioning it today as well, but some of you folks jumped the gun on me. I was going to see if we could get my integrity bill back on the agenda and give it a second chance. Election integrity. And let's see, I agreed with the folks out here about the drag queens. I'm old-fashioned, I guess, but boy, I sure don't like the idea.
We can't hear her. Can she pull the mic closer to her mouth?
I'm sorry. It's my fault. Yeah. I just wanted to say that I agreed with most of you out here about the drag queen situation. I was saying that I was old-fashioned, but because I'm old, but I agree with you wholeheartedly on that one. I've had differences with Mr. Scott on another issue as well, as I've said that before. So thank you very much, and we'll go on to the next item.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to bring an update from the Washoe County Animal Services Advisory Board to this meeting. So on March 10th, some of you might be aware that they issued a critical capacity notice to show that our shelter was dangerously full. And they were urging at the time, earlier this month, for folks to reclaim their lost pets, foster, adopt, and use the microchipping scanning stations that are located at all of the pet stations throughout the county, the stores themselves. And so I was informed this morning that the capacity is better, but they're bracing themselves for a very challenging summer and fall. And what they're recommending is that people, that I pass along the message that there's actually free microchipping anytime available during business hours, and there's no appointment needed. So it's a collaborative effort. Everybody needs to pull together on this issue so that we don't reach those dangerously high capacity issues for our shelter. And then the last comment I'd like to make this morning is, we just finished our 3rd month as new county commissioners, and I was reflecting on those 3 months of service. And I just wanted to acknowledge and thank, under the management of Manager Brown here, the commission support team, the entire team, the communications team have been absolutely wonderful to work with. And I don't know if many of the folks in the audience know how much they really, really do to keep things moving. They're always willing to meet with me about ideas for community engagement. They're so supportive at the CAB meetings, and they're wonderful at following up about specific constituent concerns. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge all their work in helping make these first 3 months an incredible experience. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I see Commissioner Clark is signed in again.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge some of the information that we received from the public comment. Again, Roger Edwards, I think we need to get that issue back on the agenda, or on the agenda. I wanted to comment on Tracy Thomas bringing up the idea that Carson City seems to have a model that may work. Nichelle Hull talking about the library issues. Gary Butcher, CAB, made a good comment about having some stakeholders on a board of a committee of citizens, almost like a CAB for voter integrity. Cindy Martinez, good to see Cindy show up here and talk about her comments, and her analogy was a good analogy. It looked like something was taking place, but it wasn't taking place, and that goes both ways. I mean, it depends on who's in charge here. This pendulum might swing the other way when somebody else is here with heavy hands and controlling what takes place. We want this thing to be run smoothly and fairly for everybody at all times, not just when one group is in power versus when the other group's in power. So people need to think about that. Think of the long game instead of just I'm in charge today and I'll do what I'm doing today versus what's going to be done in the long term. As Commissioner Garcia mentioned, we've been here a short time. I've only been here about 90 days. It's a little over 90 days with her as well. And if you've seen anything, and you'll see it for the next 4 years, I'm all about everybody being treated fairly. I'm all about inclusion for everybody. I'm all about hearing from everybody. This will be a long 4 years, and we're going to continue to hear that over and over again about making sure everyone's heard from. We don't have to have special committees for inclusion if everybody's treated, and I mean everybody's treated fairly from the get-go. So that's my position. Numerous folks talking about the drag queen story hour. You know, as adults, personally, I don't care what these people do, but my constituents do. And my constituents don't want to see this done on public property. That's all. I don't think anybody really cares what people do on their own time or their own. They do it at a private property. They held it at somebody's house. They whatever. The issue that I hear time and time again is people are unhappy with their tax dollars being used to promote this. So if the other side that wants to do that, they should find a way that accommodates everybody, and it'll take a lot of the anger out of the community. Nicholas St. John had a good idea about having a town hall with the commissioners 4, 5, 6 times a year, where we could actually communicate with folks other than just hear them and not just sit up here and act like we're playing on our cell phones or something, because I'm not. I listen to everybody that talks up here, and I want to make sure that everybody gets my attention. Penny Brock talked about voter issues. Mr. Rossi left, but I saw him at the CAB meeting last week in Verdi, and he's here now. He thanked me in the hallway that because he wants to be on the senior advisory board, and he thanked me because he didn't hear about it. He wants this county to be more transparent, and I want to thank the staff for Ms. Wilson for making sure that people are going to be notified. Again, I told her, if you were here at the opening of the meeting, our job is to notify everybody something's happening, and then it's your job as citizens to decide whether you want to partake in anything that's available to you. Mr. Rossi, Val White, had said some good points about who picked the group to show up. As I look at it and I see an email from the Public Information Officer, Bethany Drysdale, it was Manager Brown, Nancy Leuenhagen, and our new financial person. So here we've got 3
Commissioner
people
Clark,
on.
I don't want to interrupt you, but
Sure.
we are going to be reviewing
Sure.
that item, so
Sure. Okay.
I just feel like
All right.
I don't want to
We'll
break
go
up
into that in a minute
any
then.
rules here.
Okay.
Okay.
And to Darla Lee, my whole thing is we need clean rolls. Talking about the different bills that are down in Carson City now, whether it's going to be a machine, whether it's going to be mail-in only, all of that stuff is secondary if we don't have clean voter rolls, and that's the foundational basis for the whole system of democracy is clean voter rolls. And I will talk about that further in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Herman, did you sign back in? Or are you? Okay, good. All right. Well, my goal, if the board is okay with this, is I'd like to see how far we get in the agenda and break at 12:30, start again at 1 o'clock. Are folks feeling, do I see kind of generally some nods? Okay. So we'll see how far we get. We are now going into item 6, Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, item 6 is donations, 6A1 through 6B2.
Wonderful. And I think Commissioner Garcia is going to thank our donors in a form of a motion for us.
Yes. Do you want me to read them all in?
That would be wonderful.
All right. So the recommendation, so this is 6A1, recommendation to acknowledge retroactively various one-time gift card donations at the value of $4,000 from the Washoe Court Appointed Special Advocates CASA Foundation, and a one-time cash donation at the value of $200 from Susan J. Crump, accepted by the Second Judicial District Court CASA program, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. This is 6A2, to recommend the acknowledge one-time gift card donations at the value of $1,320 from True Vista, accepted by Second Judicial Second Judicial District Court in support of minor guardianship program during FY23. 6B1, to accept the donation of $300 from Fire Shows West to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office for the Citizen Corps program. These funds will be used to support the CCP teams, including but not limited to the purchase or repair of equipment, supplies, food and beverage to be used in emergency response, training, drills, support events, or rehab during disasters. In support of the Citizen Corps, if approved, authorize Comptroller's Office to make appropriate budget amendments. And finally, 6B2, recommend to accept a one-time cash donation of $500 from private citizens Frank and Linda Grossclose to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office to be used for operating costs, and if approved, authorize Comptroller's Office to make appropriate budget amendments.
And that's in the form of a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, may I have a second, please? Okay, thank you. Second by Commissioner Herman. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Not hearing any, so that passes unanimously.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, public comment. Thank you. Is there any public comment? Thank you. Next item is item 7, our consent items. Are there any? Well, actually, before I do that, I just want to point out that 7E1, Commissioner Herman is generously donating $2,000 grant to the Son and Daughters of Aaron to support their program and efforts to promote Irish heritage and culture. And 7E2, Commissioner Garcia is donating $2,900 as a grant to the Washoe County Green Team to support costs associated with the 2023 Earth Day tree planting at Rancho San Rafael Regional Park. Thank you both for those great community donations. But are there any items that commissioners want to pull off of consent? Commissioner Clark, I see you signed in.
Yes, I would like to talk about 7C3, and I would like to talk about 7E3. Both of those I'd like to
7C3 and 7E3.
I'd like to have them pulled out of consent and
Okay.
discussion and
We'll pull
voting.
those out, and then we can approve the rest, unless, do any other commissioners have items they'd like to pull? Okay, well, Commissioner Clark, with that, do you want to make the motion for consent with those items being removed?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to remove item 7C3 and 7E3 from the consent.
And would you like to approve the rest? Make a motion for the approval of the rest?
Make a motion to keep the rest in and vote on those, yes.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, that is approved unanimously. We'll go to 7C3. Mr. Manager.
7C3 is a recommendation to approve lease amendments pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 244.284 to 501c3 nonprofit organizations with Washoe County as the leaseor for park concession buildings located at South Valleys Park, Wedge Park, 16050 Wedge Parkway. Reno, Washoe Little League is the leasee. Number 2, Eagle Canyon Park, 400 Eagle Canyon Drive, Sparks, Spanish Springs, Cal Ripken leasee. Number 3, Lemon Valley Park, 325 Patrician Drive, Reno, with Valley Providence Little League as the lessee for 60-month terms, including April 1st, 2023 through March 1st, 2028, with 12-month renewable options. North Valley's Regional Park, 8085 Silver Lake Drive, Reno, Silver State Cal Ripken lessee for 60-month terms commencing April 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2028, and 2 12-month renewal options. And number 5, approve a lease agreement for a park storage building at South Valley's Regional Park, Washoe Little League as the leasee for a 60-month term commencing April 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2028, with 2 12-month renewal options in exchange for monthly payments of 5% of the leasee's gross sales revenue at their respective concession buildings, and authorize the Director of Community Services Department to sign the agreements on behalf of Washoe County.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Commissioner Clark, what are your questions?
My questions are, thank you for allowing me to speak. My questions are, how do we advertise these leases? Who else knows about these leases? For what time period do we advertise these leases? How do we get that out there to the public that these leases are available, number 1? And number 2, on this 5% that we collect for the rent, how is that audited? How do we know what's taking place? Explain to me the audit procedure that's in place for verifying gross sales.
Thank you. It looks like Mr. Crump is coming up to answer the questions.
Madam Chair, real quick, on the previous item, the remainder of consent, there was, according to the clerk, there was no public comment on that item. Just want to put that on the record.
My items. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Crump with Washoe County Community Services Department. So each of these leases are associated with youth sports leagues that play at those specific fields. Many of them participated in actually the construction of those facilities. So for instance, at South Valley's Regional Park, that concession stand was helped to be constructed by Washoe Little League. They're the primary user. Certainly there are other leagues that utilize those fields, but they're the primary user of those fields. And so we typically enter into concession agreements with them because they're using them primarily and they raise funds for their leagues. There are other groups in that agreement. There are other groups that can utilize a concession if they do a tournament or something like that, but they're the primary users of those. So it's not advertised as much as it is given to the leagues that are the primary users of those specific areas.
An audit was the other question. How do you audit the 5%?
So they're required to open up their books to us. It's the 5% is really to keep them honest, to pay for utilities, to pay for some overhead costs. It's not a big revenue source, but certainly there's no specific audit in place. But if things were questionable, we have the right to audit those as well.
Commissioner Clark.
So what you're telling me is, A, it's not advertised, so nobody else gets a chance to bid on these leases, number 1. Number 2, it's really not audited until something appears to be incorrect. And the only reason I bring this up is it doesn't happen all the time, but at least once a year you see where somebody's rated the PTA fund, somebody's rated the youth football league funds, somebody in the organization, not the county, but somebody in the organization helps themselves to youth league funds. It happens on a regular basis, not every day, but at least once a year for the last God knows how many years. You read about that and you wonder, how did that happen? So the question of audit is a natural question. If people abscond with money from their own organization, what chance do you think the taxpayers or the citizens of this county have? So I'd like to see some type of audit in place.
Sure. We can certainly do that. I would argue if there's, that's an issue with the league and their representatives, not necessarily with the county, but we can audit the gross sales
I
for
didn't
sure.
mean to audit them for absconding with funds. I'm saying, how do we know they're being honest with us on their books? That's the question. That's a whole different issue for them to deal with. I'm talking about the lease itself. How do we know that somebody is claiming and doing what they say they're doing?
We can do that.
Thank you.
And as far as to follow up with Commissioner Clark on the advertising, if folks want to be part of this process, don't they just reach out to your office? Should we
Yeah.
have something on the website that says, if you're interested, contact Mr. Crump at this information, of being a concessionary, partner?
Yeah, so keep in mind, all these athletic groups, they all talk, they all have homes, so to speak. So City of Reno does very similar things. City of Sparks does very similar things. So, South Valleys is the home to Washoe Little League. Lemon Valley is the home to Valley Providence. So Washoe Little League doesn't really have any interest in operating concession stand in a place that they're not playing. So that's really kind of the nexus piece.
And I understand that. Maybe nobody's interested in it at all, but when a taxpayer said, hey, I heard a contract was awarded and we didn't know it was available, I'm just saying, maybe 90 days before these leases expire, the county should advertise that these are coming up soon for bid. That's all.
Okay. They are not formally bid. I have to, the county has discretion through IRS to enter into leases with 501c3s without that process. So that's what this is identifying.
So there might be another 501(c) that might be interested, but they wouldn't know about it. Again, that's the whole point of what I'm saying. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just trying to understand what's taking place. If I had a 501(c)(3) and I heard that this and I thought I wanted to be involved, I would want to know why I wasn't made aware of it. That's the question I'm asking.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's it.
Commissioner Clark, is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Didn't see any. So Commissioner Clark, do you want to make a motion on this item?
At this point in time, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the contracts and move forward. I just wanted some clarification. Sure. Thank you.
Great. So we have a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We're now going to go to item 7E3. Mr. Manager.
7E3 is a recommendation and resolution R23-32 to execute a lease agreement between Washoe County and Accessible Space, Inc. ASI is a corporation for public benefit pursuant to NRS 82.021 for the development of approximately 120 units of affordable supportive housing to support individuals transitioning out of homelessness for a term of 30 years in the amount of $1 per year. Located on a portion of the Nevada Cares Campus 008-211-50, NRS 244-284 gives the board authority to lease any of the real property of the county for a term not exceeding 99 years if such real property is not needed for the public purposes of the county and is leased to a corporation for public benefit, and the property is used for charitable or civic purposes.
Commissioner Clark.
So we're right back to where we were on the last one. I'd like to know about audits on this. I'd like to know if this, and this is a question that constituents want to know. We hastily purchased this property for about $5.5 million in a space of just about probably less than 90 days. It had the appearance that it was jammed through. And now we're taking a $5.5 million asset and leasing it out for $30. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. How exactly does this work for the entity that's leasing this? Because I'll tell you what, I'd like to buy or lease something of value that's worth $5.5 million for $30. I'm count me in on that. I'd like to hear a little bit more about exactly what's going to take place, how this entity is going to recoup whatever they're going to try and recoup, or how they're making money, and I'd like a little bit more transparency on this particular project. Again, we've got the county taxpayers bought an asset for $5.5 million, and we're leasing it out for $30. Tell me more.
For
Ms.
the record,
Searcy is here.
Dana Searcy, Division Director, Housing and Homeless Services for Washoe County. This property was purchased with the intent, it's about 5 acres of land. 2 of those acres remain with the CARES campus and are part of the future development. And 3 acres are being carved off and leased through this item. When we purchased the property, it was Washoe County's intent to pursue affordable housing, specifically supportive housing in this area. After we bought the land, we ran an RFQ process. Accessible Space was the only developer that made it through as a qualified vendor under supportive housing. They have extensive background in that. After that RFQ process, they put in an application with Home Means Nevada at the state of Nevada and were awarded just over $16 million for this project. They've since started to layer in other different types of funding, including the Light Tech tax credits. They are going after some home dollars and some home ARP dollars. And this is for 30 years. We will be making sure that the details spelled out in the lease, which includes supportive housing, are being adhered to. Otherwise, this will transfer back over to the county.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Searcy. Any other questions by the board? Any public comment?
There is none.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Clark, are you feeling comfortable to make a motion at this point?
Sure, I make a motion that we vote on item 7E3.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we have let's see. I don't know if that motion is moving forward. Madam Clerk. 2-2, motion fails. So thank you very much for that. So we have gone through the consent agenda. It is 12:27. I would like to ask that the board come back for the rest of our items after lunch. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. Okay, it is 1 o'clock, and I'd like to reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting. And we will start with item 8, or actually, we will start with block. I think we have a block. Commissioner Garcia, do you have a block for us today?
All right, Madam Chair, I move that we block items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, and 18.
Are there any commissioners who have an issue with that block or want to take items off of that block?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Please.
Absolutely.
Item 11, I believe.
You'd like to take off? Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll pull item 11 off the block.
Oh, no, not 11.
No?
No, I just read it now. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'd like to talk about item 10.
Item 10, Commissioner Clark wants to pull item 10 off the block. And so that would leave items 10, 15, and 19, and 20 for discussion, obviously our public hearings. Commissioner Herman, do you see any other items you'd like to pull from that block?
I think you got it.
Okay, okay. Commissioner Garcia, are you amenable to changing your motion to pull off item 10 from your block?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Do I have any public comment on those items?
We do not.
Is 15 in that block?
15 is not in the block.
Okay, very well.
No public comments? All right, with a motion and a second, all those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none? Okay. So we will now go into item, we need to have the block read. Mr. Manager.
Item 8 is Community Services recommends to approve fiscal year 2024 street and highway projects interlocal cooperative agreement between Washoe County, the City of Reno, and the Regional Transportation Commission, and approve the fiscal year 2024 street and highway projects interlocal cooperative agreement between Washoe County and the City of Sparks and the RTC. The agreements identify regional roadway projects, their priorities, and their funding sources as outlined in the staff report. Number 9 is a Community Services recommends to award a bid and approve the agreement to the lowest responsible bidder for the 2023-2024 encroachment excavation repair project for Truckee Meadows for the period of April 11th, 2023 through December 31st, 2024, as outlined in the staff report. Item 11 is Finance recommends to approve the use of general fund contingency in the total amount of $1.5 million for fiscal year 2023 in accordance with the Nevada Revised Statute 354.598005 to increase expenditure authority for the 2023 Lemon Valley and Swan Lake flood prevention measures in response due to the heavy 2022-2023 winter precipitation and the March 2023 atmospheric river as outlined in the staff report. Number 12 is the Human Services Agency recommends to retroactively approve Amendment Number 1 to the current interlocal contract between public agencies, Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Division, the Healthcare Financing and Policy in Washoe County, decreasing the total amount contributed by Washoe County from $3 million to $1.5 million retroactive for the period July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, as outlined in the staff report. Manager's Office recommends to accept, item 13 is Manager's Office recommends to accept the resignation of John Arascata, Public Defender, effective April 14th, 2023, and to accept and approve the County Manager's recommendation to appoint Chief Deputy Public Defender Evelyn Grossneck to the position of Interim Public Defender effective April 14, 2023, and to remain effective until either the appointee resigns or the public defender is appointed by the board as outlined in the staff report. Item 14, Manager's Office recommends to approve amended allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds through the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund for the following projects. Our Place Enhancements project in a total amount of $1,015,441, which is an increase of $88,964 over the $926,477 allocated and approved by the board on May 10th, 2022, as outlined in the staff report. Item 16 is the Sheriff's Office recommends to approve the interlocal contract between public agencies Washoe County on behalf of Washoe County Sheriff's Office for Forensic Science Division and the State of Nevada Department of Public Safety Office of the Director of Forensic Services. The scope of the agreement includes training, maintenance, and implementation of breath alcohol program as outlined in the staff report. Item 17 is the Sheriff's Office recommends to approve the interlocal agreement between Washoe County on behalf of Washoe County Sheriff's Office and the City of Reno on behalf of the Reno Police Department for Forensic Laboratory Analysis Services as outlined in the staff report. Item 18 is the Sheriff's Office recommends to approve the Forensic Support Services Agreements between Washoe County on behalf of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office and various local law enforcement agencies for the retroactive term of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, with a total income of $1,481,655 as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. We will now go to item 10.
Okay. We don't vote on the block?
I thought we did vote, no?
I thought Manager Brown began reading it before the vote was actually taken.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Garcia and a second by Commissioner Herman. We have no public comment, correct, Madam Clerk? Correct. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. All right, now we will move to item 10.
Item 10 is a recommendation to authorize the guaranteed minimum price 2 agreement for the Nevada Cares Campus Phase 3 Intake Center project with Clark Sullivan Contractors, Inc., doing business as Clark Sullivan Construction, the project construction manager at risk. The Intake Center project located at 1800 Threlkel Street includes supporting infrastructure such as security checkpoint, a nurse's station, case management, counseling and staff offices, a break room, as well as other necessary infrastructure such as perimeter fencing, landscaping, roadways, parking lots, and underground utilities. The Phase 3 project includes the remodeling of an existing storage building into a resource center with capacity for overflow, sleeping, and includes restrooms, showers, laundry facilities, and storage, as well as other supporting elements. Budget for the GMP2 construction agreement has previously been approved by in the amount of $28,274,566, and work is anticipated to commence on or about March 29th, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Commissioner Clark, what are your questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I'd like to see not be given graphs, some outcomes of the CARES campus. I don't think I can vote in favor of anything until I see some outcomes. I don't want to know people's names, addresses, or any other information, but I do want to know, out of the 40 people who've been placed in housing, how many are still in the housing, they were placed in. I don't understand why a commissioner can't have the information. Until I get it, I will have to vote no on anything associated with the CARES campus. Constituents ask me about the expenses of the CARES campus every day and want me to show them the outcomes. I have nothing to show.
Okay. With that, I'm assuming you do not want to make a motion on this item.
I think we should vote on it.
Of
yeah.
course, we'll vote on it,
Sure.
but I'm assuming you don't want to make the motion, hearing your thoughts on this. Because unless you'd like staff to address the question? No?
I think we should go ahead and vote.
All right. May I have a motion for item 10, please?
Yes, I move to authorize the guaranteed maximum price, GMP2, agreement for the Nevada Cares Campus Phase 3 Intake Center Project with Clark and Sullivan Constructors Incorporated, doing business as Clark and Sullivan Construction, the project construction manager at risk as outlined in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. And for expediency, I will second that motion. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay. With a motion and a second, all those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, it sounds like the motion fails. Now we will go to item 15.
Item 15 is a recommendation to approve a contract with the Elections Group for an operational review of the 2022 election processes and staffing, and make recommendations to the county manager to improve the operational effectiveness and accuracy of the Washoe County election process, effective upon execution through December 31st, 2023. Extensions may be allowable under certain circumstances, and if approved, approve the use of general fund contingency in the amount of $100,000 needed to support Phase 1 of the Elections Group contract in accordance with Nevada Revised Statutes 354.598005, and if approved, direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget appropriation transfers and to authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the agreement. Total fiscal amount, $600,000, fiscal years 2023, of approximately $100,000 for Phase 1, and excuse me, up to a maximum of $500,000 for fiscal year 2024 for Phase 2. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We have a lot of public comment on this item. Do the commissioners want to ask some questions before we do public comment? Commissioner Clark, would you like to ask any questions? Or do you want to hear public comment?
I've got some comments I'd like to make.
Okay.
I've reviewed the Elections Group cover page. I met with them. I interviewed with them, I guess. I told them what I thought that the county needed. I see, I don't know, maybe 100 words on this piece of paper, and not one of them had to do with my main focus. It's always been my focus. I ran on this as we need the foundational integrity of the voter rolls brought up to the level of other rolls that the county maintains. The treasurer, the assessor, the recorder, the clerk. We need to make sure that everything is the basis of this is cleaned up. I want to see, there were some good comments made in public comment about forming some local groups to research the voter rolls. Everything that I see on their recommendations is ballot developments, proofreading process, mail-in ballots, distributing of ballots, best practices for tracking ballots, on and on and on. The ballot doesn't mean anything if we don't have accurate records. So until we can get the foundation fixed, I'm not interested in hiring outside consultants who don't hear the constituents' concerns. So that's my position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Herman, do you have any comments before
Excuse me, I got one other thing. And I'm looking at this is the part that really sets me off, and I talked to Mr. Edwards about this. I've got an email from Bethany Drysdale, and someone asked him what committee was used to pick this group, and it said, internal staff reviewed the proposals and independently scored them. This is the part underlined. Each county commissioner was also briefed on the process results, and each was offered the opportunity to provide feedback. Additionally, the results provided to the Secretary of State's office. So, I talked to, again, Mr. Edwards. I wasn't asked for any feedback. I was interviewed by them, but I wasn't asked for any feedback on how we selected this committee. So how we selected this committee is a part that I'm most concerned with. We have manager Eric Brown on the list, and two of the people who work in his department. We've got Nancy Leuenhagen, the communications director. How is she a subject matter expert on voting? What does she bring to the table? I'm not picking on her, and I'm not picking on the other person that was mentioned, but we've got two people that work under Brown that were on the committee to select this group. And I'll tell you, as a former county assessor, we probably had 500 interviews over in that department in the last 8 years. And I didn't sit in on a single one of them because my staff didn't want me to be there because it might look like I was pressuring people to hire somebody that was being interviewed. And I think the same thing kind of applies here. If Manager Brown is there with two of his subordinates and the three of them made up the committee, how do you argue with your boss? Even if you didn't like the idea, you'd probably agree with whatever decision your boss wanted. So that alone, picking this group, I don't know how the group was selected other than these three people. Out of 500,000 people in the county, these three people picked this group. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Herman, do you have any comments?
I wasn't talked to about it at all or given any opportunity of commenting on it. It just came in the agenda, and I can't vote for it.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia?
I had an opportunity to meet with staff during my agenda review, and I asked about the process as well. And from my understanding, the process was that there was a couple of organizations that were recommended from the SOS NACO and the County Managers Association. And yes, there was a internal body of 3 that received those applications, reviewed and scored. And I asked if that's in the purview of the county manager, and I was told that it is. So, I mean, if Manager Brown wants to add to that, but I did ask these questions during my agenda review, and that this process, started back in December, if I'm correct?
Yes.
Continued through January and March. Having asked those questions, I feel more comfortable with this item, and so I'll turn it over to Manager Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do want to comment and just set the record straight on the process that we used to get to where we are today. So, first of all, I've been saying in public meetings since our December meeting after the election that the county was planning to retain an outside resource to help us look at our election operations from the general election in 2022. We also talked about it at the board retreat in late January. In fact, if you recall, the registrar took you through a presentation where she wanted to make sure that the scope of work that we were going to give the bidders addressed the key issues that you all as a board and our community felt were as important. And that included, Commissioner Clark, the voter rolls. And it also included the other items you mentioned in terms of what were some of the issues that occurred in the general election, why did they occur, how do we prevent them from happening again? Things like people not getting their ballots in the more rural parts of the county. Things like people not getting their ballots in a timely fashion. The coordination between our operational stakeholders like the U.S. Postal Service and our printers and other touch points that we have to interact with in order to successfully execute a mail-in ballot election. So I do want to point out to the board, this has not been a secret. We have been talking about this for 3 months. In fact, on December 28th, I sent a message to all of you indicating that we were going to move forward with selecting, with the scope of work in it, and that we were going to move forward with selecting the firm that we were going to use from the two firms. And for those who were not sworn in office, I sent them to your private email so that you could get it even before taking office. I do want to say that we arrived at these two options. There aren't a lot of credible firms doing this kind of work on elections. And there are, we got recommendations from talking to, as Commissioner Garcia mentioned, ICMA, which represents 3,600 counties around the country. The Secretary of State's office and other counties that had experience with the two bidders that we considered. It is standard practice, procurement practice within the county, just so everybody knows, for a professional services agreement like this one. We don't generally go to RFP, particularly if it's a specialty type of assignment like operational review of an election. There just aren't a lot of firms that do this. This is very different than if we were picking an accounting firm or a more standard type of professional service. So there was no need to go to RFP. I thought time was of the essence. We do not have that long to get our act together if we're going to improve the election process in Washoe County in the manner that the community has demanded that we do and that you as commissioners have asked us to do. We have to invoke the right resources to get that started. And it was for that reason that we proceeded with selecting the firm we did and scheduling them for what we thought was going to be timing about the same time that this matter would come before this board, which was the week of March 13th. Our first meeting was March 14th. As you all know, that meeting was subsequently canceled. I made the decision in consultation with my finance and accounting and procurement folks. I didn't want to lose our place on the calendar because we really do need to get going on a solution. So we moved ahead. We limited our exposure in terms of monies that are being spent, but we did allow them to come on site for the first week, which was that week of March 14th. But I just want you to know, to the issue of, well, why were they retained before the matter came before this board? It's because this board hasn't met for, 3 or 4 weeks. And I felt we needed to show a sense of urgency and get things started. That is kind of my explanation for what happened. As to the accusations about Mr. Piper or other principals within the firm, I will tell you, we saw those accusations on social media and in our research before we selected them, but we don't have any real basis for concern that will impact their assignment with us. I will remind you, they're not doing election policy work for us. That's not what this assignment is. What they're doing is they're helping us to understand what are the best practices for how mail is handled in an all-mail election. What are the best practices for maintaining the voter rolls? Those are not political issues or policy issues. Those are the best practices that they refine by working with their clients all over the country, in red states and in blue states, Those are the that's the kind of expertise I would argue we really badly need to bring into the county and begin working with if we're going to get where we need to go. So, Madam Chair, I relinquish the floor.
Thank you, Manager Brown. And I think that Commissioner Herman may remember one of the audit committee meetings we were in December, and we asked for this because not the elections group specifically, but we want to see a way that we can move forward with our elections. But what happened in the last election? How can we streamline processes? How can we help staff? How can we support technology? And that's what I had hoped would come out of this process. I met with the elections group, and I really was blown away by their expertise. These are all former ROV, both state level and local county level staff members. They are bringing a wealth of knowledge from all over the country, which a lot of public commenters had said that they wanted to see. So I feel very strongly this is the right move, because we can't know what we don't know, and that's what this group will help us understand, is how do we make sure that we're giving the support to the office to ensure that we have the best run election. And I think having communication staff on that team is very important. I found that communication was lacking during the election, both when I ran for office and in this last election, on how are we transparent to the voters. And so I think that the team that reviewed the policy or reviewed the proposals make sense to me. I'm prepared to support this today, but we have a lot of public comment, but I do see Commissioner Clark is signed in. Do you want to speak before public comment?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you. Again, I'm looking at their scope of work. It's a full page. I think it's available for anybody to look at. And there isn't one single word about cleaning up the voter rolls. Nothing else matters unless we get the foundational basis cleared up. So hiring them to tell us about how we should mail it out, and how we should have mailing done, and ballot mailing, and the ballot mailing process, and ballot distribution, on and on and on. Not one word about the most basic part of this problem is the voter rolls. That's number one. Number two, Manager Brown mentioned a number of deficiencies. I'd like to see that list in writing. I can't write as fast as he can speak, unfortunately. But some of those were, I'm not blaming anybody. Those are mistakes that were made and mistakes that were discovered. A lot of that stuff we can fix by ourselves for a whole lot less than $600,000. So that's my point, is let's fix what we can fix ourselves, clean up the voter rolls, and I think it's premature at this point in time to be worrying about what we're mailing out. If we can clean up the voter rolls, maybe we wouldn't have to mail out so many ballots.
Commissioner Clark, when you see at the bottom of the list technology infrastructure, that's referring to voter rolls. It's software platforms.
Well,
ours is antiquated, is no longer supported. And we're working on a separate track to put in place a new voter registration system that you'll hear about in our April meetings.
Thank you, Manager Brown. But in the future, if you'd let me finish, and I won't interrupt you if you don't interrupt me, but the point is, how much longer would it have taken to put cleaning up the voter rolls there instead of what you just said was the code word for what I'm trying to get across. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we please call public comment?
Yes, first up we have Tracy Thomas, followed by Michael Smith. There we go.
NRS 245.0 070 stipulates that county officers are not to be entering in contracts before the authorized by the commissioners. This continues to be practiced as an exception rather than the rule by the staff. Not only has the manager clearly already engaged with the election group without authorization, but has already begun implementation of their solution, as is evident in item 19. Staff is failing, neglecting, and withholding any other options or any information on how this vendor was selected. Did the staff pursue this vendor, or was there any open request for proposals? Obviously, the managers answered that. How many vendors have been considered or researched? 2? Is 2 enough? What was the scope vendors were to meet? I see that there's the attachment. I'll have to go back and review that now. Who are they funded by? Why isn't there an option to have input from 2 vendors in order to remove the bias? Secondly, NRS Statute 244.1615 allows commissioners to institute participation of the residents in the improvement of the operation of government. While the vendor has met with a few residents to gain insight of current operations within the registrar's office, and I was one of those lucky selected ones, there has been no inclusion of the development of these policies and procedures. There has been an abundant supply of residents wanting to be part of this process. However, much like the participation in the 2022 election with the central processing room, opportunity has been provided unequitably across the spectrum. I request that before this board approves any phase of any recommended plan that you get buy-in from your primary stakeholders, the residents of this county. There should be community meetings to discuss solutions, not just a blind trust of a vendor who has no vested interest in this community. The continued dismissal of your constituents must cease. Staff has established a pattern of withholding information from the commissioners and the public until the last minute in order to place the board in a position that they have no choice but to approve whatever is being requested in the interest of time. This antic must change and can only change when you start to push back. They must learn that the gravy train has stopped. Taxpayers are not buying the lies any longer.
Michael Smith, followed by Gary Butcher. Michael Smith? Gary Butcher.
I said mine earlier.
Let's see. Stacy Pirro.
I'm Stacy Pirro, been a resident of Washoe County since 1972. A few things concerned me when I first saw this agenda item. First, as elected representatives, it should alarm you that the city manager solicited and selected the group to give an overview of our 2020 election. And then not only did he do that, but he went ahead and said they could start work. So they've been working for about 2 months now with no contract. Not a good look for the contractor or for us. I guess if the agenda item does not pass today, who's going to pay for the 2 months of work that these people have done? Second, I'd like to know if there's, if there's a bid maximum. $600,000 to me sounds like a lot of money to pick up the phone and call 2 people and ask them to give us a scope of work outline. Also listening to you, this is an evaluation of a procedure. It's not an evaluation of an election. We don't need election-specific people to evaluate our program. The ROV's office, and with its new staff, they are more than qualified. We have some very smart people there, ready to, if they can't review and analyze what they've done and make corrections internally, then we've hired the wrong people. And I know that that's not the fact. We have people in the community that are more than willing to work with ROV, get things figured out, go through the whole entire procedure. One of our people made the flow sheet that the ROV office has been using to show people how the ballots proceed. So we know we can do it. We don't need to spend $600,000. If you really want to do that, I'll take it, and I'll work with the ROV to get the situation figured out. Thank you.
Cindy Martinez.
Good afternoon, Cindy Martinez for the record, commissioners. When I was preparing my alert to send out to our broadcast group, I read the agenda and the supporting documents. And let me back up. When I was notified that the elections group conducted a preliminary investigation or interview of some folks, my head automatically went, they can't do that. And you know me, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So once I read the agenda, examined the supporting documents, and I saw the reference to the retreat in January, I went back to the January meeting and I watched ROV Jamie Rodriguez's presentation along with the proposed organizational chart, as well as the stated goals and objectives on what is envisioned. I saw that all 5 commissioners were there, so they had that information. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for the background. Thank you, Commissioner Hill, also for providing that information, because what you just did is you just took my 3 minutes of work that I already did to prepare to come here, and you confirmed the information that I gathered from my sources. So I'm comfortable and confident with what I see with this elections group. I looked at it. In the scope of elections management and examining policies, procedures, whatever you want to call it, it's a very small universe. And I apply that from my perspective and experience as a gaming regulator and statute enforcer. In the gaming industry, it's a very small industry from which oversight is gathered from experts from that particular discipline. So it is not unusual and not suspicious to me that the people that are in the elections group come from a wide swath of officials with experience. And I read Noah Prate's, I think it was a 2019 paper to, I think it was Congress. I read that. So I understand who these people are, what their goal and expectations are. And while the dollar amount kind of is a little staggering, I'd like to know if the $500,000 for fiscal year 24 is, you expect to go up to 500,000, or does that mean it could be 173,000? So I think that should probably be articulated. But as it stands, based on what my expectation is of what you're hoping to accomplish, what I would like to see happen in the county, what my own investigation and my conversations with people who know what's going on I feel comfortable and confident in supporting, and I urge this board to vote in favor of retaining this firm.
Cliff Nellis.
Hello, my name is Cliff Nellis. I'd like to have my comments entered into the record. The first thing I want to talk about is the Drag Queen Story Hour issue, and I'll get
Mr.
item
Nellis,
15.
we need to stay on the agenda item. That's what you're speaking to today.
Well,
This item.
I thought I was going to be in the first group, so if you can indulge me just for a second.
You can wait till the end. Please speak to item 15. Thank you.
Okay, so I can speak again at the end?
Yes, sir?
Okay. So on this item here, first of all, you've already heard this is a leftist organization that's running this. I spent a lot of time observing the election, and I'll tell you what, I'll do it for $50,000 and save you $550, and we'll get this whole thing straightened out. How about that deal? First of all, there is no meaningful observation going on there. When we're in what we call the fishbowl, there's no way to really see what's going on. And the main thing there is checking the signatures, because there's really no way to verify that these are valid ballots because there's no signature verification that we can see going on. During the 2020 election, all we saw was the back of the monitors. We were not allowed to actually see the signatures. So there's the ballot with the signature, and then there's a computer screen. Right? So in order to see, we need to be able to look down at the table and then look up on the screen. And then the way they had the tables, they had during 2022, they had it turned around, and so we could actually see the screens, but only on maybe one monitor. So there's 6 monitors, and they were set up like this and then like that, so you couldn't see. And they easily could have put them in front of the fishbowl so that we could see right there. But all they had was ballot sorting going on right there. So that's one big improvement that could have been made. And there's just a whole bunch of other things too, but the adjudication too was way out of our ability to see. We should be able to actually move around the room and be able to look at what's going on and without disturbing things. So that's one thing. But yeah, I'm totally against this because they're just going to waste your money. It's a leftist organization. They're not going to make any improvements. We know this is a rigged system, you know, you guys. It's a Democrat-run operation here. And I said before at public comment, I said, hey, we need a Republican ROV this time. We've had Democrats for I don't know how long. We need a real Republican to actually make some changes. And what did you do? You hired, Harry Reid's campaign manager. And, so it's still a Democrat-run operation, and we just want changes. So that's my comment. And so please don't vote for this item. Thank you.
Sandy Tibbet?
Okay, Sandy Tibbet for the record. I sincerely appreciate Commissioner Clark's comments, and I echo his sentiment. I thank you for speaking with some common sense and truth. I find Eric Brown's comments insulting to my intelligence and probably everybody else in this room. Best practices, what are you practicing? How to steal an election better? From what I researched online, I've come to my own conclusion. The election group is an organization that was formed to help counties conduct voter fraud under the guise of improving the operational effectiveness and accuracy of the county election process. I spent 5 minutes on the internet last night and was able to locate multiple articles about the corrupt activities of the election group in multiple states during and after the 2020 presidential election. Interesting how Washoe County is coming up on another presidential election for 2024, and our county manager, Eric Brown, is pushing to enter into a contract with this highly questionable group. Per their leadership team statement, which is no longer on their website. Have you been on their website? It's a joke. I can't take it serious. They have characters for their profiles. What is that? They're hiding behind it, obviously. The Soros-connected elections group was formed in 2020 by Jennifer Morrell and Noah, whatever his last name is. Both have backgrounds working elections in states with rampant voter fraud. Jennifer is the former deputy of elections in Arapahoe County, Colorado, and Noah formerly ran elections in Cook County, Illinois. Fraud, fraud, fraud. The elections groups has had contracts with Fulton County, Georgia, and Maricopa County, Arizona. Both are epicenters for rampant voter fraud. Washoe County does not need an out-of-state consulting service of the consulting services of the elections group. The people of Washoe County already provided the solutions to its failing election process. Start by wiping clean the voter rolls and having all eligible Washoe County residents register to vote. Everyone votes at their precinct using paper ballots on the same day, and the votes are counted at the precinct level. Boom, we just saved $600,000 from this ridiculous contract. The Dominion machines must be eliminated in order to rebuild the trust of the Washoe County voters. Shasta County, California did it, and if a county in California can do it, so can we. And aren't you putting the cart before the horse by allowing the elections group to start phase 1 before the board even votes to approve this fraudulent contract? You're in violation, Eric Brown. You need to be held accountable.
Please make your statements and address them to the full board.
Renee Resentis.
Renee Rosentis, for the record. I was one of those that was interviewed by this group, and I can tell you that they vetted us, the three of us, because they told us that. They watched all the commissioners' meetings while giving our testimonies and our opinions, but I knew nothing about them, absolutely nothing. We walked in there just in the dark, not really knowing what they were doing with us. And supposedly, they want to make things better. They gave us, we were in there for 1 hour. We only had a few minutes each to speak because 1 hour went fast with 3 of us there to speak. I didn't appreciate not having time to vet them, but they vetted me. I'm opposed to this also. Thank you, Michael Clark, for all the questions that you asked, and I appreciate. I have a letter that I received from Janet Butcher. She was also one of the ladies that was interviewed. She asked me to read this for her. Let me find it again. Here it is. It would be beneficial to the community to know if the election group was vetted and by whom, as well as what was vetted. Hopefully you have scrutinized who they are affiliated with and will share that information as to which affiliation was vetted and how. The resources on the backside of Chris Piper's business card are concerning. Hopefully, you have also investigated these resources. If not, please do and make your findings public. It would further be beneficial if a copy of the election group's financials were made public, including their IRS filing status. It appears they have been involved in Georgia and Arizona, now Nevada, all troubled states when it comes to elections. I am confused as to who sought who out. Did Washoe County seek the elections group services, or did the elections group approach Washoe County? Please vote no on funding this group until fully investigated and pursuing other solutions. I had a lot of questions, a lot of things that I saw when I was observing in the elections. And I did approach the county manager personally with several of them. And in all honesty, I just got a lot of excuses, made to feel like it was me. Nothing was settled about the things I saw and heard. So we do have to make things better, but not like this and not spending money like that. I asked, how can I apply?
Nicholas St. John.
Nicholas St. John for the record. Alexis, you said that we don't know what we don't know. Well, I think you're mistaken. I think you know full well, because we've been coming in here for 2 years as citizens who are involved in this election stuff, telling you what's been wrong. We've been giving you ideas. We've given you things that you can work on. We've given suggestions, and we've been ignored. We put up a resolution which was voted down, and I understand that while we're talking about maybe another resolution, who knows what that'll happen again until we get the fifth person sitting in the fifth seat. Mike, I thank you for all of your comments and pointing out that it's a foundation that is flawed. And by bringing in the elections group, what you're going to do is you're going to spend $600,000 for Band-Aids on a broken foundation. When it comes to the number of few groups that actually know elections, I've been working on election integrity stuff myself. I've been working with some of the top people in the country with election integrity analysis. So when it comes to you guys picking 2 groups, I think that had you have reached out to Mike Lindell's group, I'm betting that he could have put together a team that would have been stellar, and that we know that we would have gotten to the root of the problems, and you guys would have gotten some solutions that would have worked to fix this county. Another group would be the Heritage Group, Heritage Foundation. They've been very involved in things like that as well. I'm working with others around the country as part of the Election Integrity Project. I'm guessing that they probably weren't approached either. So to say there's a few, yeah, there probably are just a few. There's not a lot of people out there going, I'm dedicating my life to election integrity. But to come up with just two groups in which we don't even know what the second group was, and then for you to pick it with a team of one or two people out of the manager's office is ludicrous. So as I stand here and I'm recommending that you vote no on this contract, I think you need to send those people home. They've been working here for 2 weeks. They're going to whine and cry that they didn't get paid, but they weren't under a contract. Listen, that's the way business is. You get a contract and you get paid and you fulfill your duties. When it comes to their recommendations, until the public actually has the ability to come in and chime in on whether the recommendations are valid, who knows? Again, we were kept in the dark. Even two of the county commissioners were in the dark about this. When I inquired on it on Monday before Tuesday, when some of our people were called in and interviewed. So again, it's not that you don't know; it's just that you're not listening.
Penny Brock.
Now I can say good afternoon. I'm Penny Brock. Please put my comments in the record. Thank you. So I will continue from where I left off this morning because I didn't get to finish, so I thank you for this opportunity. So my questions are, what references did you see for this credible group? I looked over their contract. I did not see they put in there any references where, you know, supposedly these other counties or states would give them a stellar recommendation. All I find was in Virginia, Piper got fired. So that's real cause for concern. So my question is, were there contracts for the election group in other counties, or is Washoe County to be the first? How do you justify $600,000 for this contract? When I look over what their scope of work is, I go, how can that take $600,000 worth of hours? Or maybe they're going to charge $50,000 an hour. I don't know. Also, I'm concerned about the bids from what other vendors? And when was the request for proposal sent out? Was there one sent out? The other thing that's interesting is in that strategy meeting in January from the 2023 workshop, under the elections portion, it says actions in progress. Retained an outside firm to help provide operational review of the most recent election. That was, to me, that reads that was already done. Why? That should have come before the county commission in a meeting like this, for we the people to have input, and we didn't get that. How can you allow your ROV to do that? And the manager over the ROV, which is the county manager, to do that. It seems to me like something is wrong here and needs to be set straight. The other thing, phase one of that is the on-site assessment would be done, which we know they've been here doing, and they're going to be paid tentatively on March 17th, $10,000 for that work. Who made that commitment to them? I don't think it was my elected officials here. Who did that? That was wrong. That was wrong. The other concern is this group wants to connect our ROV with the resources from the partner organizations, which I provided this morning. It's the leftist communist voting.
Alan Munson.
My name is Alan Munson. I'm a resident of Sparks, Nevada, and I wish to, after I've heard all the comments, I think it would be wise to not go forward with this, item 15, because there seems to be a lot of dissent regarding, are they credible? Are they fair? Are they on the left or the right? I read that up there. It says, working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. It sounds like this isn't something we're working together on. I heard Alexandria, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and she said that, all you board members needed to be appraised in the beginning as to who you would select for, different committees or commissions. And yet you've gone here without bringing it before yourselves or letting the community know what's going on with this elections group, and then spending a lot of money, our taxpayer money. It doesn't seem, why is it, imperative at first to hear what who you're going to put on a committee or a commission, but it's not imperative to who you would have to look at our election process, which many people here have pointed out who were part of that process have said it didn't seem right. And, I'm well aware that, like people were blocked out from watching what was going on at a certain time. Anyways, and so it's my hope that you will vote no on this item and just try to find something that works for all of us. In my life, I have my master's degree in social policy, and I learned, there's disparating views, and you need to find ways to work together. And boy, our society is falling apart because we're not listening to each other, we're fighting. And if we put an advisory board, I like Mr. Butcher's point about having an elections advisory board, and have it even, have it equal, so that it's fair. Thank you very much, and I hope that my words, you hear them and it makes sense to you. Thank you.
Marshall Todd.
For the record, my name is Marshall Todd. I'm the chairman of the Warm Springs CAB. I just say that because I'm not here in that official capacity at all. I recommend that you guys approve item 15. The folks that were hired are experts in, and this is, they're studying processes. They're not pushing the election one way or the other. It doesn't matter what somebody's politics are if you hire them and you have a contract to do something. The people that complained about and demanded this kind of oversight are the ones that lost the election. The people with the best ideas win. The people with not the best ideas don't. I've been voting for 58 years, and I have heard of almost no voter fraud in the entire country. But I've heard of voter suppression everywhere. And the idea that bringing in an outside consultant to do this work ensures that it's fair. They're not leaning to one side or the other. They're just coming in to do work. And the work that they're doing is figuring out how to make sure that everybody can go in and vote when it's their turn to vote, that they're not standing in lines forever. So I urge you, pass this thing, bring the folks in, get the study done, because we need to get the the idea that elections are stolen out of the public discussion. You know, for years and years and years, I never heard that. There were no stolen elections. There were lost elections because people had bad ideas. Thank you.
Val White.
Just to pound in a few more points about this vendor that you're thinking of paying. Tech and Civic Life is funded by Zuckerbucks. They did a lot of good work for the Democrats in the last elections, making him unfair. 2, CISA. Elon Musk slammed CISA as a propaganda platform that colluded with federal law enforcement who used 120 analysts to censor millions of conservative social media posts on election integrity and COVID. The previous speaker obviously is not getting a wide range of news. 3, democracyfund.org. That's George Soros, all his. 4, Vote at Home Institute is a ballot harvesting advocacy organization funded by Democrat voters. 5, U.S. Digital Response is a Silicon Valley tech-centric left-leaning organization attempting to facilitate e-voting, which is a great avenue for more election fraud. 6, CISA Chris Krebs stated that the 2020 election was the most secure in American history, which we now know is a complete lie. Previous speaker should do some research. I have great concerns about the election groups being given any access to any spaces in the county complex. Do not approve executing this agreement. There's been zero transparency for constituents. Again, what is their complete focus? What are they really here to do? I tend to believe that their complete scope isn't being shared with any of us. Manager Brown's comments, quote, no need to go to an RFP. Well, isn't that great for him to decide for us? It's standard operating procedure for professional services not to go to RFP. Again, all of that control and power in the hands of one man. You should know that there's zero faith in the integrity and honesty of this entire elections department. County Manager Brown's comments about how this vendor was given permission to begin their work now confirms that zero faith should be placed in the county manager's office. And just a few points. I can address my comments to any one of you that I wish. Reminding you again, Commissioner Hill, you cannot control the words that come out of my mouth. I'm glad you're smiling and recognize that now. And 2, I was very glad to hear previous speaker's comments in support of this group. She has very clearly communicated to all of us what her true politics are and who she really represents. Thank you.
Emiliano Pasillas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Emiliano Pasillas, for the record. And I just, excuse me, in the last election was my first time voting in the United States of America. My dad was born in Luling, Texas, and I believe very strongly in democracy. My background is from a country that Mexico, democracy is not very upfront. So for the record, Emiliano Pasillas, voting transparency is very important to me. I didn't want to vote. I've been a citizen for quite a few years, but I didn't want to vote because I thought my vote didn't count. And they told me, as one individual said, I believe he was Mussolini, or Stanley Mussolini, said that it doesn't matter who votes, what matters is who counts the votes. So as far as who's counting the votes, I believe that there's a couple of things we could do. Is we need to go to paper ballots, signature verification, and Also, there's a couple of states in the country that are very good at turning in their voting results, like Texas, Florida. I think they have an excellent system as far as voting. And I'm kind of ashamed because I live in the state of Nevada, and the state of Nevada is being questioned a lot of times about their voting system because we don't turn in our voting results in the first day. We have to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe up to maybe a week in order for us to return in our vote or results. So that's to me is a very shameful situation that I say I'm a state of Nevada resident, a Washoe County resident, and to me it's shameful as far as that. We need to, I don't know who this election group is. I think that you all have a responsibility of finding out who this group is and if they have any bias as far as voting or not voting or who gets to win. I think you have a responsibility to us as citizens of the Washoe County. You have a responsibility to give us results, not just to choose anybody. You need to look into it, and don't spend $600,000. Spend maybe $20,000 to find out who this group is, and maybe look at other options. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in chambers to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. So any other comments from the board? I'm not seeing any. Well, with all of that said, do we have a motion on this item?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Great.
I move to approve a contract with Elections Group for an operational review of the 2022 election processes and staffing, and make recommendations to the county manager to improve the operational effectiveness and accuracy of the Washoe County election process. And number 2, approve the use of general fund contingency in the amount of $100,000 needed to support Phase 1 of the election group contract in accordance with NRS 354.598005. And number 3, direct the comptroller's office to make the necessary budget appropriation transfers and to authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you very much. And for expediency, I will second that. No other public comment. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And I don't think that motion passes. It fails. All right. We will now move on to item 19.
Item 19 is a recommendation to approve a job classification title change from Assistant Registrar of Voters to Deputy Registrar of Voters, and approve the creation of one new full-time Deputy Registrar of Voters position, pay grade P, $132,785. The creation of one new full-time administrative assistant position, pay grade K, $102,329, and one new full-time department systems specialist position, pay grade KL, $108,688. Registrar of Voters as reviewed and evaluated by the Job Evaluation Committee, and authorize Human Resources to make the necessary changes. Total fiscal impact of $343,802 for fiscal year 2023. Impact is $85,951.
Thank you. And then I think that the DA's office wants to make a note on item 15 before we head into 19.
Sure. And I have no commentary on the outcome of the vote or anything like that. You all get to make those decisions. That's what you do. You make the policy calls on those types of things. I did want to make one comment for the record. There were questions brought up about Manager Brown's authority to engage the group, on a preliminary basis before the board approved. And again, regardless of whether you support or don't support the engagement of that group under this contract, Manager Brown did have the authority under the purchasing chapter in the Washoe County Code. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you for clarifying that. I should have said something about that, Mr. Edwards. Okay. Now we are back to item 19. Would the board like a staff presentation on this, or do folks want to just launch into questions? Let me see if I have anyone signed in. Okay, do I have any questions? Okay. I just have a few questions on the second deputy. So could you clarify how the duties will be split?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Jamie Rodriguez for the record. With the staff report, you do have the proposed staff organizational chart. So if you go to, it's the third page, there is the breakdown of the positions. Each of those bullets is an individual. So really the idea.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I was like, well, I still don't see what the second deputy will do. Okay, go on.
So so in looking at the breakdown of the positions and their individual responsibilities, those are, each bullet point is for an individual. So the idea is really looking at the department as a whole. We really have two divisions. So we have kind of the voter registration, right, and our office operations, and then we have election centers. The reason we're looking to separate those is so that we can have more resources available, appreciating that we do have a very small full-time staff. However, for an election season, we will ramp up to approximately 20 temporary employees inside the actual ROV office. They need to have resources made available to them, educational information, make sure that they have people to go to answer questions as things come up. And then we have the vote center side, right? So all of your in-person voting, managing of the equipment, the sites. For an election, we average about 500 poll workers per election. So again, really having those resources, being able to create better documents. We talked during the strategic retreat, we got a lot of feedback from poll workers, both during the primary, right, of some of the inconsistencies in the training. We made some adjustments for that. A lot of the complaints that I heard in the general election really were that lack of resources or lack of clarity in communication. So having more staff really dedicated to each of those sides, rather than people being expected to understand all of elections and kind of this broad base, but really allowing for those teams of individuals, some cross-reference of changing, right? We are seeing, the department's a great example of it right now, right? That turnover of staff. That is happening nationwide. I don't know that that's going to stop anytime soon. So we need more people who really understand the processes, the procedures, to be able to manage the department. The reason I'm asking for this outside of the budget cycle really is that if we wait till the budget cycle, we're going to be bringing people on about a couple months before the first election in the 24 cycle. So as we're creating better policies, procedures, as we're transitioning to a new voter registration system and a new equipment management system, having those people on board now so that we can help create those policies and procedures, and they can have that investment and understanding of the changes so that we can present more accurate, complete reference information, I think is vital to both us as a department, but also the residents of the county.
Okay, that's helpful, because on the document it says Assistant Registrar of Voters, and then it has the two bullets, but it doesn't say
Sorry, that was not clear.
No, that's okay. It was, Now I have a better understanding of what you are wanting, so
that is also true then for the department system specialist. Each of those bullet points is the breakup of each of their responsibilities.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I may have some commissioners who want to speak. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I've got a couple of questions. Who's on the job evaluation committee? Who is actually on that?
I'm going to defer that one to HR.
Good afternoon, Julie Paholke, HR Manager for the record. The job evaluation is made up of a number of representatives from the different bargaining units and a department head, and that's been through the contract and pursuant to the Washoe County Handbook.
can you say who those names are, or who's on that committee?
I don't know them all off the top of my head,
Okay, very well.
but I'd be happy to provide those to you.
Let me ask you another question then. How do you get on that committee? How,
Job evaluation is So each of the associations are able to put someone on the committee, and if that person needs to leave for some other reason, they can be replaced on the committee.
so can we get a list of those names of people who've been placed on the committee?
I believe it's public knowledge. As long as it's public knowledge, I can provide that, or we can provide you the
I'm
list
not
of.
looking for their social security numbers or phone numbers or addresses or just names. If they're working for the county, I'd like to know who's on that committee.
Okay, I'd be happy to provide that to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Well, is there any other commissioner comments? I'm seeing none. Would someone like to entertain a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve job classification title change from Assistant Registrar of Voters to Deputy Registrar of Voters, and to approve the creation of one new full-time Deputy Registrar of Voters position.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. That's on me. A public comment, please.
I was going to stop you before.
Thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, and just so you know, you can do the motion.
I know, and I
then take
had
the
the
comment.
public comment,
Yep,
but I understand that the public wants to come up, so we'll do that.
Okay, first up, we have Tracy Thomas, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Again, NRS 245.070 stipulates county officers are not to be entering contracts before authorized by commissioners. Clearly, this is not happening. It is very apparent staff have already received a portion of the recommendations the vendor is making before the commissioners have even authorized the contract. Commissioners are entitled an opportunity to review all the information before being forced to make a decision on it. Commissioners cannot be expected to make prudent decisions on behalf of taxpayers if they are not being provided ample time to consult with the community and research the information for themselves. Commissioners cannot be expected to approve the implementation of recommendations when they have not been provided the report of recommendations. There is also no justification for the starting salaries of these requested positions. Staff is being less than transparent in their reasoning as to why these positions may be challenging to fill. Commissioners need to hear personally from former staff as to the reasons for their departures. It is not the position itself, but rather the supervision over their positions. No one is interested in compromising their own ethics by working in an environment which does not respect our election laws. Nor do they have any respect for someone who does not accept responsibility for her own mistakes and makes no effort to understand the election processes or procedures. Current salaries for Administrative Assistant 1 on your website shows a range of $60,632 to $78,894.40. This is quite a difference from the figure shown on the staff report. We are supposed to assume that the figure includes health benefits? Because once again, commissioners and the public are not provided all the information in order to make an informed conclusion. Which position is going to send the postcards I mentioned previously in item 4? Which position will be working with the assessor's office to validate residential addresses listed on our voter rolls? Thank you.
Cindy Martinez.
May I have the overhead, please? Thank you. For the record, Cindy Martinez. The Kool-Aid only works if everyone drinks it. I sat in this chamber on April 12th of 2022 when Robert Beadle sent me a cease and desist letter by his attorneys ordering me to stop asking and questioning and challenging him on his allegations of what he believes happened in Washoe County. In January and February, I challenged his presentations. I continued to, and my thanks for that was to get an order to stop talking and challenging his authority. Well, the First Amendment apparently only cuts one way. So, and the point of that being is, based on the presentation that I've seen in the county and what the Registrar of Voters Office is trying to accomplish, and the fact that the old staff is gone because they were run out by abuse, we need to assemble a competent, capable, steady, qualified staff to execute and implement our elections. And I will stand, and here's the thing that makes me either an adversary or your ally, is that I will follow the evidence wherever it leads, even if it contradicts my own personal beliefs, my desires, and my biases. That's the benefit of having someone like me as a law enforcement retiree who follows the evidence that arrives at conclusions that don't necessarily suit what I'd like to see have happen. So I want to see our Registrar of Voters equipped with the supplies, the resources, the staffing that they need so that the chaos of the carnival of chaos in Washoe County stops. I was on the campaign trail last year talking to so many voters who were so disillusioned, disgusted, and disappointed and fearful of whether it made any impact to show up at the polls. We have got to stop from a leadership position injecting chaos and distrust in the system. Were there some things that looked to be inappropriate and not even inappropriate? Let's make really clear that violations of clerical errors, violations of policy and procedure are not criminal violations. And we've got to stop making a pen mark in the wrong space a reason to send somebody to prison for treason. So I support this board doing what they need to do to enable ROV Rodriguez to get done what needs done in this county. Thank you.
J.S. McElhenney. Penny Brock.
Thank you again for this opportunity to speak on this matter. I'm Penny Brock. So my concern about this organizational chart is not the chart itself, if it can be justified that these new positions are needed, but my concern is the salaries being asked for them. I looked through the staff report. I could find nothing about what would qualify them to get these different amounts of salary. There was no education requirements mentioned. There was no other job positions they've had to qualify them for this position. There was no training they've had. So I would ask, first of all, I would ask that as this is proposed, that it be voted down today and relook at the salaries. Number one, are these new positions really needed? Number two is, can they justify the salaries being asked? On top of this, are these just salaries? And on top of that, are they going to have additional benefits of health care? I think they're in the PERS system. So will we, the taxpayer, also have to pay additionally for the portion to be paid into their retirement plan? And whatever other benefits a county employee gets. So the problem is our taxes are going up this year. We have a bill in the legislature to raise the cap from 3% to 8%. If it passes, it will hit us next year. We're in the age we're having inflation. The banks are collapsing. People are beginning to be laid off. So we need to spend our tax dollar very wisely, and it's things like this that the county commissioners can take another look at. Thank you very much.
Renee Resentes.
Renee Resentes for the record. Thank you. I would just like to also address these positions. I just see so many other things that could be done. I was a poll worker. I worked very hard at it. And I think that some of this money could be spent to train the poll workers so that we know what's actually going on in the processing room. We couldn't see anything in there. Adjudication was just oblivious to us. So I think some of this money could be training us to use the experience that we already have to make this process better for the voters and for counting the votes. And as far as abused workers, I don't think there's another group that is more abused than the poll watchers. And I was there, and I know. And like I was trying to say before, I was told to go to Manpower to apply if I wanted to be a poll worker in the ROV office. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told. And as far as violations of policies and procedures, if we don't follow those, then we are going to have chaos. So speaking of chaos, I mean, this is going to bring chaos also. Robert Beatles offered $80,000 to anyone who could dispute his facts on voting on the machines and voter integrity. No one has been able to claim it. So these naysayers here, they have the opportunity to investigate all of this and to challenge Beatles and earn $80,000. And I would love to see that. Thank you.
Val White.
Addressing some previous comments, as far as I know, cease and desist orders are only delivered when a law has been broken. They're not delivered based on just disliking someone's comments. So I'm sure the cease and desist would not have been delivered had not some law been broken. I've worked in public schools for a complete career, and I've seen the same thing there that I'm seeing happen here. A manager of a department or a district needs to surround herself with colonels, in this case, deputy registrars, to keep her safe from reports of poor job performance. Increasing the bureaucracy in a department is also a wonderful way of creating confusion and camouflage for misdeeds. So I'm not surprised there's an attempt to bring in additional bodies to surround our present registrar of voters. I completely oppose this recommendation for the additional employees, but if it passes, I'd like to know that these are local residents and not some newbies who are being flown in from various parts of the country with who knows what politics, just as Registrar of Voters Rodriguez was. As far as looking at evidence and the claims that evidence is followed by individuals with law enforcement experience, that's patently false. One example are the recent accusations against ex-Commissioner Hartung of inappropriate treatment with female employees. There was ample evidence, and the women who were treated inappropriately, per their words, were offering to speak to this law enforcement individual, but she declined. So she doesn't want to follow some evidence. I just would urge the commission to not fund these new positions. Elections only happen every 2 years. That's a heck of a lot of money to give a department that's not truly active all year long. Additionally, the ERIC system needs to be 86ed. Several counties and states are doing that. It is outlived its purpose, if it ever had a true one, and it needs to be gone yesterday. Thank you.
Cliff Nellis.
Hello, Cliff Nellis. I'm a 47-year resident of Washoe County, and I have a suggestion to you guys, and I'll describe how it'll work. Looks like we're up to about $1 million here now, aren't we? Wow. And those are recurring expenses there for those new employees. And observing what went on down at the Registrar of Voters, it's a very complex system because how many precincts do we have? Hundreds of them, don't we? And all those ballots have to come into this one central location and have to be sorted. That creates a massive amount of work. And then the signatures have to be verified, that's a massive amount of work too, because you got to go one by one. And then if there's a problem with the ballot, then you got to call the person, and they aren't home, you got to call them again. And there's just a lot of work that goes into it that could be solved by paper ballots, voting at the precinct level, and hand counted, and on election day only. And this is how it would work. Okay, we got around 300,000 voters in this county, I think. And so all you need is 100 polling places, and they should be assigned for each person has one place to go. They can't go all over the county, so you go to your polling place on election day, and all they have to do is hand count 3,000 votes. So that might be 2 or 3 precincts, maybe 3 or 4 to get that 3,000, right? So what they do is they count it there, and you can have 3 Democrats and 3 Republicans counting, and then they can say, okay, we make sure our numbers match, and then you phone it in to the Registrar of Voters here, and all you have to do is one person just hire an 18-year-old math student and just add the totals for each one that comes in. And it eliminates that mail machine you got there. It eliminates, dividing everything up and adjudicating. It eliminates signatures. It eliminates all of that stuff. It's real simple. And then we probably will know by Wednesday morning. And what you could do is declare it's a national holiday or a state holiday, so employers have to let people off for work at least 6 hours during the voting. So then they'll be able to vote. Or you can maybe have a Saturday too, the Saturday before for early voting if people have to do that. But you can eliminate all that early voting stuff because that would just be more counting, right? So you have 2 days or just 1 day. 1 day is even better. But that's an option. And it will not only save that $1 million, but a whole lot more money. All these people working this office down here, you can just eliminate them all and just have the Registrar of Voters be the person that counts it with some 18-year-old math student. So, yeah, that's how you do it.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will now hopefully entertain a motion. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve a job classification title change from Assistant Registrar of Voters to Deputy Registrar of Voters, and to approve the creation of 1 full-time Deputy Registrar of Voters position, the creation of 1 new full-time Administrative Assistant 1 position, and 1 new full-time Department System Specialist position, as reviewed and evaluated by the Job Evaluation Committee, and authorize Human Resources to make the necessary changes.
Yes, Commissioner Herman.
Thank you very much. I thought I was going to lose it again. Okay, so I just wanted to make a mention that I've been through a lot of elections, and that's the way we used to do it. It was simple. Mr. Nellis that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't see that you were signed in, so thank you for speaking up. I will second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, and it looks like the motion fails. We will now go to item 20.
Item 20 is a discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators by Washoe County, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, or by other entities permitted by the Nevada State Legislature to submit bill draft requests or such legislative issues as may be deemed by the chair of the board to be of critical significance to Washoe County. Pending legislative bills can be located here. Current bills the county is tracking that may be reported or on or discussed are listed under Government Affairs on the website. Due to time constraints inherent in the legislative process, a list of specific bills that staff will seek direction from the commission on during this item will be posted on the website under Government Affairs at washoecounty.gov by 6 p.m. the Friday before the meeting. Due to the rapid pace of the legislative session, additional bills upon which comment may be sought from the Board of County Commissioners will be posted as soon as known.
Thank you very much. And I think we have Ms. Matievich on the phone or on Zoom. Okay.
Cadence, hold on, we're working on a sound problem. Go ahead, Cadence. No, hold on. Try again.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. This is Cadence Matievich. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to participate remotely. It's a busy week at the legislature, so I appreciate the consideration.
Absolutely.
As Manager Brown indicated, you've been provided with a report from the last week of the legislative session, and there is a list of all of the bills that the county is currently tracking available on our website. And in addition to that, we posted on Friday afternoon a list of 6 bills, which we are seeking we are asking that the commission consider taking an official policy position on today. I'd be glad to go through anything in the general report, or at your direction, I can give an overview of each of those bills and take questions on each of them as we go, or at the end at your direction, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, I have Commissioner Clark signed in, so I will let him go first.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Chair Hill. I've got a couple of particular bills that I would like to have the county commissioners have a little bit more information on. Maybe we can get this on the agenda for our next meeting, but specifically AB 92, which deals with appointing county attorney, and AB 175, which deals with appointing people to the non-voting people to the school board. I'd like to just get some further clarification for the whole commission on that. So those are the two. There's hundreds of bills there that are all of interest to lots of people, but those two particular items are something that I'd like to have have illuminated a little bit more for the county commissioners. Thank you.
And do you want to wait till we can take action at the next meeting? Is that what you're
Yes,
thinking,
yes,
Commissioner
yeah,
Clark?
yeah.
Okay, that
Thanks.
sounds good. Any other commissioners before Cadence goes into the 6 bills before you today that the Legislative Committee, Commissioner Herman and I suggest that we take action on today? Not seeing anyone else, so Ms. Matievich, please lead us through these bills.
I will do that. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison. The first bill is Assembly Bill 298. It is sponsored by the Assembly Majority Leader, Assemblywoman Howdicky, and it revises provisions governing housing. Section 3 of this bill exempts from the real property transfer tax between the time December 31st, 2024, a transfer, assignment, or other conveyance of real property to a bona fide resident who attests under penalty of perjury that he or she will use the real property as her primary residence. As the members of the board know, Washoe County collects real property transfer tax. We collect, our recorder's office administers that. We collect roughly 13% of the real property transfer tax collected statewide. In fiscal year 22, the total collections were $45 million, 16.5 million of which was distributed to governmental entities in Washoe County. The recorder's office has done some analysis on this bill and estimates that 70% of the amount collected by Washoe County, of that 16.5, about 70% was for primary residences that would be exempt under this bill. So a net impact to entities in Washoe County of approximately 11.6 million for the full year. And then it would be half of that in that second half of the year for the period of July 1, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. Additionally, some monies are distributed to the state general fund and allocated to low-income housing, and we believe that those distributions would be impacted by this bill as well.
So I thought that this was a concerning bill. It's something we should weigh in on as a board, and I didn't quite see, the nexus and why we would excuse folks from this tax. And seeing as that it would affect our general fund greatly, I wanted to make sure it came before the board. So if folks have any other comments or concerns. Okay, I'm hearing none. Do you want to go through the next one?
Madam Chair, that's at your pleasure if you'd like to take them individually or if you'd like me to move through all of them and then you could come back for position at your direction, ma'am.
That sounds good. So I guess I'll before you get into that next bill, Ms. Matievich, this is an opportunity for us if we want to take a stand on these particular bills, saying we oppose or we are neutral or we are in favor of them. So I didn't know if there was any board members who wanted to, say anything on AB 298. It's concerning to me, but we can move to the next one and continue the process. So just kind of reading the room and seeing what folks want. Commissioner Clark.
Well, I think if I understood this correctly, it's going to reduce some income to the county. So that's part of the equation. The other side is if we're all about affordable housing and getting people into houses, let's look at a way to save people some money. And if I know Americans and people in this area the way I do, they aren't going to open a Swiss bank account and put this money away. They're going to spend it in the community. So there will be an opportunity to capture sales tax, and I think that money will be regenerated time and time again in the community. So if somebody gets a savings, doesn't mean it evaporates, doesn't mean the money goes away. It just stays in circulation. I think that helps the working poor and people that can use some extra money flowing through the economy. So I'm in favor of that, yes.
Okay, any other comments from the board? there's not a lot of passion happening on this item. So we'll go to the next one, AB 356.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich. AB 356 was brought forward by a bipartisan group of legislators. The names, I won't read all of the names there, but they're listed in your report. And this bill enacts provisions relating to mobile tracking devices. This bill has received a hearing. It was heard on March 22nd. It was introduced and then scheduled for a hearing very quickly thereafter. The bill expressly provides that a person commits the crime of unlawful installation of a mobile tracking device if the person installs, conceals, or otherwise places a mobile tracking device in or on the motor vehicle of another person without the knowledge and consent of an owner or lessor of the motor vehicle, unless the person is a law enforcement officer who installs, conceals, or otherwise places the mobile tracking device pursuant to a warrant or court order, is the manufacturer of the motor vehicle, and certain creditors. The bill provides that a person who commits any such offense is guilty for the first offense of a misdemeanor, the second offense a gross misdemeanor, or the third or any subsequent offense a category C felony.
Thank you. I have Commissioner signed in. I'll go to Commissioner Clark first.
I just wanted to comment that many folks here in the county don't realize it, but many of the county vehicles already have trackers on them. And so I know that as when I was the assessor, I found that out about 3 years ago. We had a county employee who'll go unnamed that was going home for 3-4 hour lunches on a regular basis. And it came to my attention that my chief deputy brought it to my attention that we had tracking devices on. So I think that's a little known fact. I don't know if many of the county employees even understand that, but I think that's, I'll leave that up to whoever's in charge of those trackers to see if that's still in place. But it's something that I think needs to be on the record, and people need to know that the county employs tracking devices as we speak. Thank you.
That's an interesting wrinkle. Ms. Matievich, do you know if the bill addresses when an employer puts a tracking device on a vehicle that they own?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Cadence Matievich. This would be a tracking device that's installed on the motor vehicle of another person. If the motor vehicle belongs to the employer and it is issued to the employee for use in the course of their duties, that would not be covered by this bill.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
And I didn't mean to insinuate that the county was doing anything in violation. I mean, trackers are, the hot button around here for the last little bit, and I just wanted to make sure that people are aware that if you work for the county, you're probably being tracked. I know a lot of rental car companies have it, and to Cadence's point, it's not if your employer has it, but I just wanted it to be on the record that many employers have it. People need to be aware that there's trackers in use all over the place. There's facial recognition. There's during COVID, the casinos are monitoring your temperature as you came in. Everybody needs to know and understand in this day and age, there's cameras everywhere. There's microphones everywhere. There's tracking devices. It's out there. Just everyone should be aware of that. That's all.
Okay, Commissioner Herman.
It appears that this bill was pretty specific. It looks like it was kind of done quickly, but to just kind of remove that ability from any investigators. I'm not real sure that that's a good way to go, take somebody's way of making a living, part of it, away from them. But just a comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm supportive of AB 356. I'm happy to see that it received bipartisan support. I did not listen to the hearing, but I ran into Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, who told me that some of the comments were in relation to victims of domestic violence who had been adversely affected by these tracking devices that were put on their vehicles without their knowing. And so I'm very much in support of this bill.
And I am too. I think that it's really important that people know that if this is happening, especially by a private investigator, and we're seeing that people's privacy violations, people's privacy is being taken away from them, whether they're a public person or not. And so I'd like to see this move forward. And so is that in the form of a motion, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, it is.
And I second that. Is there public comment on AB 356?
There's public comment on item 20.
Come on up.
So first up, okay, we'll add her.
This legislation, is this on? This legislation was created for Val White. My understanding, based on articles in the RGJ, was that this legislation was asked for by Mayor Hillary Sheevey because a private investigator legally and lawfully placed a tracking device on her car. And then she continued to do something to pressure the police department to do things that they normally wouldn't do to appease her requests, comply with them. And then we end up with legislation like this. Private investigators do a great deal of good. One individual's desire not to be tracked should not supersede the good work that private investigators all over the state do. So I would ask the commissioners to definitely not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on AB 356? Madam Clerk, I see Penny Brock,
There's
but
Penny Brock.
I don't
I'm
know
not
if it's
sure
on
which item
356.
It's for item 20. Penny Brock.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. Penny Brock for the record. I have a couple of other bills I do not see on the list, but I would like the county commissioners to consider these bills. AB 424, which is going to be heard at 4 o'clock this afternoon, says that we can vote by machines only, like Dominion voting machines, the electronic voting machines. We want to preserve the right to vote by paper ballots. So for the good of voting rights and options on how to vote, I believe and would ask the commissioners to not support AB 424. 242, thank you, I'm sorry. 242. The other one, let's see, there's two others, AB 246, where the Secretary of State is mandating that election materials and ballots be printed in 9 languages. If I'm recalling my American history right, it used to be, in order to vote, you had to vote in English. So why are we trying to divide our country by becoming a state of 9 languages? It's hard enough to communicate in English. So I would ask our county commissioners not to take a stand, not to support AB 246. The other one is SB 54, and this one is a real passion of mine because what it does is the Secretary of State is proposing a top-down election where the Secretary of State alone will determine. He's preparing a manual, and he alone will determine what happens with our elections. He will not have any accountability from anyone, and that is so wrong. This is a centralized, top-down voting process. We want to leave it where it's bottom-up, where we at the local level can decide how we want to vote. So I would ask the county commissioners to not support SB 54. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are not on our agenda for today, but certainly can be discussed for the next meeting. Madam Clerk, I saw someone raise their hand in the audience. Just fill out a card after you're done speaking, ma'am.
Deborah Sock for the record. I would, in recognition, or I would speak in opposition to, I believe the number was 235 about the tracking devices. Anyone who owns a cell phone is carrying a tracking device. So that bill is kind of oxymoronic. It's useless, and therefore we shouldn't be wasting the paper it's printed on. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of AB 56, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I think that's a split vote. And I'm not seeing anything come up on that. There we go. And the motion fails. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to ACR 5. Madam or Ms. Matievich, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich. The next bill that we've identified for you to consider taking a position on is Assembly Concurrent Resolution number 5. And this was brought forward by the Legislative Committee for the Review and Oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Water Lake System, and expresses support for the Lake Tahoe Transportation Action Plan. This bill is not yet currently scheduled for hearing. I should mention that we've had a very busy week with bill introductions. Yesterday was a deadline for bill introductions, the primary deadline, and we had over 130 new bills introduced yesterday afternoon. So we're working our way through those. This bill resolves that the members of the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature recognize and express support for the Lake Tahoe Transportation Action Plan, and further express support for the funding of high priority transportation projects in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and direct that the chief clerk of the Assembly prepare and transmit a copy of the resolution, to a number of different governmental entities, and to each member of the Nevada congressional delegation.
Thank you for this, summary. This is a passion of mine. As this board may or may not know, I'm working very hard to find transportation solutions up in the Tahoe Basin, and this would provide support and funding for these solutions to ensure we have transportation to go all around the lake and on ferries across the lake, and really see how we can reduce vehicle miles traveled within Lake Tahoe. So that is why I asked for this to come for the board. It would be great if we could come out and support for this resolution. Commissioner Clark.
Since that's your district, I'm going to defer to you and support your position on that.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to see good transportation up there. That's a place I avoid all summer long is Lake Tahoe, just because of congestion up there. So anything that we could do to relieve congestion would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. That means a lot to me. And any other commissioners have comments? Thank you. All right. So because of my excitement about this, I move to support ACR 5. May I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And I think we passed that one. So thank you for your support, board members. Just to be sure, yes. Okay. Now we're going to, we only have 3, yes. Commissioner Herman, did you vote? Thank you. Thank you very much.
That won't change.
All right.
It's recorded.
Okay, so motion passes unanimously. I appreciate that so much. SB 263, and Ms. Matievich, can you please lead us through that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to. Cadence Matievich for the record. SB 263, which is brought forth by, again, a bipartisan group of legislators that are representatives of our Washoe legislative delegation. And again, the names are there. I won't read them in the interest of time, but this bill would make an appropriation to the Children's Cabinet for the purchase and renovation of a parcel of land to carry out the Audi project. This would appropriate from the state general fund to the Children's Cabinet the sum of $8 million for the purchase of land and any buildings thereon, and the sum of $4 million for the renovations by the Children's Cabinet of the parcel of land and any buildings thereon. While it would make an appropriation from the state general fund, this was not something that was included in the governor's budget as it was introduced, and so it would need to go through the process to have an appropriation.
Thank
Happy
you.
to answer any questions.
I see Commissioner Garcia signed in.
Thank you, Chair. This was the brainchild of, this concept was the brainchild of Executive Director Nicole Lamboli from the Food Bank. She brought this concept from a conference she attended to, and basically it's using the shell of an old grocery store that has not been utilized and converting it into one-of-a-kind spaces that could help target our highest need population in one of our highest needs zip codes, which is District 3, right there on Audi Boulevard. And the partners involved with this are the food bank. Off to the left would be an area for them to provide access to food and a culinary area for workforce development. The center part of the grocery store, I took a tour back on March 2nd. I should have led with that. The middle part is designated for the Children's Cabinet, a lot of the wraparound services that are provided. And then when you walk into your right is going to be dedicated to Boys and Girls Club, hopefully, to address childcare. It is one of the most exciting projects I've seen come before, and I can't tell you how needed it is, and I know our board has been very supportive of making sure that our constituents are receiving access to childcare, food, and mental health. And so I hope that my colleagues here will join me in being very excited and supportive of this bill.
Wonderful, thank you. I see Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Again, I want to defer to Commissioner Garcia. It's in her district, and I support her initiative to do this. So
Wonderful, thank you. So is that a motion, Commissioner Garcia?
So moved.
Okay, may I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Clark. With a motion and a second, any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. It looks like we have a unanimous approval on that, so that's exciting. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for your passion for that. So we will now move on to item SB 368. Ms. Matievich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cadence Matievich for the record. Senate Bill 368 is brought forward by Senators Harris, Spearman, Doniate, Neal, Canizaro, Daly, Dondero, Lute, Flores, Lang, Wynn, Pazina, and Scheibel. It revises provisions related to real property. And this bill deals with discriminatory language that's contained in property records. I will just raise mostly for the interest of those who may be attending in your audience or online, that this particular subject was something that the board had identified back in the summer as a priority item. Initially, this was targeted to be submitted as one of Washoe County's bills, but when we learned that Senator Harris had this bill, we didn't feel the need to duplicate efforts. It would make some amendments to the current provisions that allow for a property owner to file a declaration removing the discriminatory restriction or prohibition, on property records. It would set forth a new process whereby the property owner or other interested persons, and I will get to that in a moment, could petition in the district court requesting that the court issue an order directing the county recorder to redact from the original written instrument a restriction or prohibition that is void and unenforceable by operation of law. So it would be the court that is making that finding. Would require the district court to issue an order directing the appropriate county recorder to redact the restriction or prohibition. And that would be a redaction of the original instrument. of copies that are made of the original instrument. I want to be clear that the bill sponsor has made, in my discussions with her, she's made it clear that she does not want there to be markings on the artifact, the original document, but that any copies of that are distributed for purposes of transfer of property, those kinds of things, that unlawful discriminatory language would be redacted. The bill goes on to make conforming changes to update the provisions that had been enacted previously, and it requires that the county recorder provide notice to anyone that has filed previously the declaration form that's in place now to let them know. I mentioned that it would allow an interested person to petition the court for this, and the bill defines an interested person as the owner or owners of the property, a representative of a common interest community if the real property is located within a common interest community, or a nonprofit organization or academic institution whose mission in whole or in part is to combat discrimination based on race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, disability, familial status, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression. And I believe that these provisions are in here that would allow a nonprofit group or an educational institution like the University of Nevada, Reno, to take on a project to do this and involve the property owners themselves, but to bring some of these forward in bulk to allow them to be processed and not put that onus entirely directly on the individual property owner if they did not want to take part in it. If the property owner does not wish to have their property record amended, they would be able to opt out of being included in any such filing. I will say that our recorder has reviewed this bill and has indicated that she does have some procedural, mechanical things that she would like to see modified to better reflect the processes of her office. She has been in contact with the bill sponsor, and I have offered my support to her to help work through those. And with that, Madam Chair, happy to answer any questions, and we'll defer to the discussion amongst your members.
Thank you. And I know that we had brought this as a board to the legislature. This is obviously a change to what we had brought, where essentially the county commission could make a decision to redact those documents. But I think what I like about this is that it involves UNR, and I know that, it could involve UNR, and I know that specifically there's a professor at UNR who is very interested in collecting where these properties are and doing a research project. That way, we don't forget our history. And I think that there's something really cool about that added element. So I see Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I don't believe in that we should have any discrimination in property ownership, period. And I also see the hurt it could cause somebody to see that appear on their document. They weren't expecting to see that. So I support this. I do think we need to defer to our subject matter expert, and that's our local the recorder's office. The recorder office, if she has things that she needs to have addressed, we need to hear from her about what she needs to make this flow smoothly. And then I'd also like to find out if, I didn't hear anything about if somebody's refinancing their property. You know, maybe it isn't a transfer, but whenever these documents come up, they come up when there's a property transfer, they come up when there's a refinance, they come up if somebody passes away, if there's inheritance. So there's other times when a document may rise to the surface. Otherwise, they never see the light of day after they've been recorded until there's an occurrence that causes them to come forward. So I'd like to hear from, if we could, from the recorder to see what issues that she has with it, since she's a subject matter expert. But I support the idea. Thank you.
Great. And Commissioner Garcia.
I too want to acknowledge that County Recorder Kaylee Work have an opportunity to weigh in on this, and it sounds like she is. So I am definitely supportive of SB 368, and I'd like to make that in the form of a motion.
Okay, that's a motion. And Commissioner Herman, do you have any comments? Okay. Is there any public comment, Madam
There's
Clerk?
none.
Okay, that's a motion. May I have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clark. And I think, the motion is also including the recorder, which it sounds like Ms. Matievich is doing and working very closely with her. So with a motion and second, no public comment. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. It looks like that passes unanimously. Okay. And now we are going to SB 371.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich. Senate Bill 371 was brought forth by the Senate Committee on Government Affairs, and it gives you the very, very detailed title of Revises Provisions Governing Local Government. So a little more detail on that. The bill authorizes a board of county commissioners and a governing body of an incorporated city, except as expressly prohibited by statute, to enact any ordinance or measure relating to affordable housing, including, without limitation, rent control.
Okay. And I know that when Commissioner Herman and I were talking about this, Commissioner Herman thought that it would be a good discussion for the board, correct, Commissioner Herman? Yeah. So right now, I remember addressing this to Mr. Edwards, our DA, that I was getting questions by constituents about rent control, and it hadn't yet been spelled out for us in law, although the county commission, it looks like, could be the board that could look at doing that. Is this a bill, with putting you on the spot, Mr. Edwards, that would give authority to local governments to do this? It sounds like that's what the legislature wants to do.
Yes, and I'll give you a little bit of my understanding of the background on this.
Okay.
So I think in the last session, there was quite a bit of discussion about whether or not the legislature would create a mechanism like this in state law, or whether or not it could simply be done by the localities. And there were some split legal opinions issued by some government attorneys out there. I want to say a city attorney's office, and then I think the Legislative Counsel Bureau, possibly. I don't want to misquote them, but I think there was a difference of opinion. One said, under a modified Dillon's rule, it's already something the localities could do. The other said, no, we can't do it unless we have authorization from the legislature. And then I think it sort of evaporated into that ambiguity. It came back now this time, and I think the idea is to clear up whatever ambiguity there is on that. It's designed to authorize local governments to enact that if they want to. Ms. Matievich can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I do believe that the answer to your question, Madam Chair, is yes, it would authorize local governments to do that if they wanted to.
Okay. Commissioner Clark is signed in.
I understand people want to think about rent control and think that can be the fix that's needed. But as a lifelong real estate broker, 47 years, all over the West Coast, the 10 or 11 Western states, no real estate brokers everywhere. I've seen study after study. The most recent one I saw was New York Times and Wall Street Journal. Financially, it never works. And what happens when landlords find that they can't do they have rent control, then they don't reinvest in their property. So then we have urban blight. So there's so many studies out there, not my studies, just studies that you can review and look at, and it just never ever does what it's supposed to do. The unintended consequences are horrendous for communities. So I can't support that.
And Commissioner Clark, I hear what you're saying, and because it's enabling language, I don't really necessarily feel like we need to take a position on this and just see how it shakes out at the legislature. But I don't know if there's, folks who disagree. Commissioner Herman, do you have anything to add? Right.
So the only reason I would encourage us to stay something other than neutral is send a message to, obviously we're not going to make the decision on whether we can do this or not, but send a message to Carson City and let the folks there understand that we don't necessarily support it.
I'm not prepared to take a motion on this. If folks want to do that, they certainly can. I just feel like I'd like to see more of the discussion kind of shake out. And is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay. Do you have anything, Commissioner Garcia, that you'd like to add?
I just, having just run for election last year, it came up a lot on the campaign trail, and that ambiguity, I can't say the word.
Ambiguity.
Yeah. That Nate alluded to is, I think that's what this is addressing.
Right.
And we've been kind of in this limbo for a long time, and so I support your idea just to kind of let it lie. But I do think it would bode well if we had a little clearer role or definition on what we as a body can do. I'm not weighing in whether I'm pro or against, the actual issue, but if looking at it right now, I think it is something that needs to be defined.
Right. Well, because it is enabling, that's where I'm concerned about saying no, because we have many partner jurisdictions which may want to do this, and saying they can't because it's enabling. And if it does enable us, that's a discussion the board can have down the road, but I don't know if I necessarily want to tell other jurisdictions if it works for them. No. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I'd like to get Mr. Edwards' opinion on this. Without violating the open meeting laws, could I give you some information, studies and so forth, and could you distribute those to the other members of the commission?
You're talking about offline after the meeting?
Yeah, it's something I can forward to you, and as far as these studies that I'm referring to. And the only purpose is just to make sure the other commissioners have at least the other side of the story, or good working knowledge of it in general and how it's worked and how it hasn't, or just some information without me just distributing this directly to them. Can I do it through you and prevent having any violations of the open meeting law?
Let me ponder on that if I could.
Sure, I don't need an answer right now.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Matievich, thank you.
Thank you. Cadence Matievich for the record. I would perhaps ask that as you continue this discussion and end at whatever determination it is your desire from a policy perspective, I'd like to point out that while the bill does call out rent control as one measure relating to affordable housing, this says any ordinance or measure relating to affordable housing. And so I would caution perhaps, and maybe Mr. Edwards would want to weigh in on this, that if you do determine that you want to take a position on this now or in the future, that you be clear in that position whether or not your support or opposition is to certain components of the legislation or the broader legislation around affordable housing.
Madam Chair, that's a really good point. If you wanted to, as a board, you could certainly carve out pieces of a bill that you support or oppose, rather than doing like a blanket position. So that is definitely an option for you.
I appreciate that. And that's where I'd like to see, as this moves forward, and watch some of the hearings and kind of get more perspective before I'm prepared to make a motion for or against. So that's where I'm feeling neutral on this. So I don't know if the board, certainly folks can make a motion if they'd like to at this point, but I'm happy to just watch how this goes, and I'm happy to see what Commissioner Clark, if it can be sent through the manager, any information that he may have about, rent control and other affordable housing measures as well.
So I'd like to thank Cadence for clarifying that point. So that changes my view on it. I still want to make sure that the other commissioners understand about rent control, if there's a mechanism to do that. And then anything else that may come up, I'd like to make sure that everybody, myself included, is appraised of pros and cons on all the other things that we may or may not do to help with affordable housing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm done pondering from earlier. I think the way to do what Commissioner Clark was asking is to simply see if Ms. Matievich would bring this bill back again on the next list, and then Commissioner Clark can distribute that through Ms. Matievich and the manager's office, and it can be part of the agenda packet for the next meeting.
Fabulous. That
Thank you.
sounds great. With that, if there's no other further public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay, Ms. Thomas,
Speak.
come on up.
Tracy Thomas.
I just wanted to provide some input from personal experience at the legislation. If you do not agree with the bill 100%, then you're opposed to it. I mean, you can't say, well, I like this part, but I don't like this part. If you don't like any part of it, then they mark you as opposed. You don't get a choice. You can oppose it with recommended amendments, though. So if there's some amendments that you would like to make, then you could put those forward.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And Ms. Matievich has been schooling me on that because I'm like, I like certain elements of that, but not all. So I know that different committees have very strict rules on those things. I see a gentleman who wants to come up. This is item 20, sir. Yes, sir.
Marshall Todd for the record. Rather than rent control, maybe you should suggest to the people that are sending this into the state that an anti-gouging bill might be appropriate because, you know, permanent rent control, I've been to New York City, doesn't work, you know, but there are times when you need to hold folks back. And I think an anti-gouging provision in there would be useful.
Thank you. Oh, yes, sir. Come on up. Did he speak on that? No.
Rent control is just another leftist.
I keep on forgetting. State your name.
Oh,
for the
Cliff
record,
Nellis.
sir.
Yeah, Cliff Nellis, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just another leftist technique to solve a problem, which the real solution, and I sympathize with the people who have excessively high rents. I really do. Because what's going on here is we have rent and housing turned into the new stock market with hedge funds, BlackRock, Vanguard, and others just buying up property, and they're not going to live in it. They're just kind of flip it and make a ton of money off it. It's like a stock market for them, and that's what's happened here. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, prices were affordable for homes, and then all of a sudden, whoop, goes the prices. And in Texas, there was, I think it was BlackRock, that went in and bought a whole subdivision for double the price that the subdivision builders were asking for it. Why did they do that? Because they wanted to monopolize the market. And I forgot what the percentage was, but the BlackRock and Vanguard, you know, they own a huge amount of, you know, residential property. And so the solution is to eliminate people from buying residential property that are not homeowners, you know? Because then what happens with apartment buildings is, say the apartment owner, he gets $1,100, you know, for a 2-bedroom apartment, right? And then so because housing prices is going up, so pretty soon rent goes up, then it's $1,500. So they all raise their price to $1,500. And then that one apartment building sells to another company that thinks, oh, we're gonna get $1,500 a month. So they're never gonna lower their rates, you know? So I mean, now that's not something you guys would decide, but as far as the legislature, they could probably do something like that and say, hey, all of you hedge funds and stuff, and, you know, Chinese money, you know, Saudi Arabian money. No, you can't buy housing because you're just going to raise the prices up to astronomical levels, which is where they're at now, and it's going to all drop. So that's just my opinion. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will close item 20, and we are now going to open up our public hearings. I'd like to pull them out of order. We do have an applicant here who has been incredibly patient since the first item is a county public hearing. So I'd like to take item 22 before 21. And Mr. Manager, if you could take us into item 22.
Item 2, public hearing, second reading and adoption of an ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 278.0201 through 278.0207, adopting a development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan at WSSP 8.1 to utilize the regulatory zone designation specified on the Warm Springs Specific Plan. Tentative parcel map case number WTMP M22.0012, which is the tentative parcel map dividing a 40.43 acre parcel APN 077-560-05 into 4 parcels of 10.02 acres, 10.04 acres, 10.07 acres, and 10.30 acres. In order to develop any property in the WSSP more densely than general rural dwelling unit, 1 per 40 acres, the specific plan requires that a development agreement be approved. Among other things, the development agreement adopts development standards for the property in conformance with the Warm Springs Specific Plan Development Standards Handbook Framework, a component of the Washoe County Master Plan, such as standards related to uses, accessory structures, building requirements, setbacks, heating and fireplaces, architecture, landscaping, fencing, lighting, utilities, and other matters concerning the development of the land. Further, the development agreement provides for the participation of future property owners in any assessment district or general improvement district providing services, facilities, and/or maintenance for the specific plan area. The applicants and property owners are Gene and Tara Fackert. Hope I got that right. The subject site is approximately 40.43 acres in size and is located at 5870 Whiskey Springs Road. The assessor's parcel number is 077-560-05. The master plan category is rural residential, and the regulatory zone is medium density rural. And if approved, authorize the chair of the Board of County Commissioners to sign the development agreement.
Thank you. Does the board wish to see a staff presentation on this? This is our second reading on this item.
I don't see any need.
I'm
Madam
sorry?
Chair?
I don't see a need.
Okay, good.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this for voting purposes is ordinance number 1700.
Thank you.
Formerly bill number 1890.
Okay. And do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay. This is your district, Commissioner Herman. Would you like to?
Except that I didn't print out my whole.
That's
thing,
okay.
so-
That's okay. I don't know if Commissioner Garcia feels comfortable making
She can do that. Needs practice.
the motion.
Okay, I move to approve the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 1700. Is that correct?
1700.
Pursuant to the Nevada Revised Statutes as outlined in the staff report.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And a second by Commissioner Herman. Thank you for that.
I owe you.
Is there any other commissioner comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Not hearing any. I think that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we will now go to back to item 21. Thank you for your patience taking that out of order for us. Mr. Manager, please lead us into
Item
that.
21 is a public hearing, second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 2 by adopting Supplement 17 to the Washoe County Code and all clerical and technical corrections made therein. If passed, Supplement 17 will codify codify. Ordinances 1687, Parks and Recreation, 1690, Administration and Personnel, County Finances, Purchasing, and 1692, which is Dangerous and Vicious Dogs. The supplement does not include amendments to the Washoe County Department Development Code, Chapter 110, which is published separately from the General Washoe County Code.
Thank you very much. Is there any commissioner comments on this item?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
this is ordinance number 1701, formerly bill number 1891.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Seeing no commissioner comments, is there any public comment on this item, Madam
There's
Clerk?
none.
Okay. Well, I hate to put you on the spot again, Commissioner Garcia, but since you are our representative on this board, would you like to adopt the ordinance?
Yes, I move to adopt the ordinance number 1701 as outlined in the staff report.
Great. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. With a motion and a second, no other comments from the board. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing, let's see. Okay, so 3-1. Oh, okay. Do you want to revote? Can Commissioner Garcia revote?
My apologies.
No worries.
Okay, go ahead and start voting.
Okay, we have to revote, folks, on your little iPad.
Commissioner Clark, if you would vote, please.
Okay.
What am I doing?
Uh-oh.
Something's going on.
Well, you're a yay.
I'm a yay.
Okay. So 4-0, that passes unanimously. Wonderful. Moving right along.
What's happening, though?
Commissioner Hill? was-
Yes?
Jean Herman was a no.
Oh, we were reading it wrong. Commissioner Herman, I'm so sorry. So it's, okay, 3 yes, 1 no, Commissioner Herman. Okay, thank you. My apologies. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I wasn't reading it right either. It's been a long day. Okay, we are going to go, we're going to end our public hearing and go into item 23. Mr. Manager, please lead us into item 23.
Item 23 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, could you read off the public commenters?
Sure. First up, we have Cindy Martinez.
And there she is.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Thank you again for the record, Cindy Martinez. And I got a couple of items, actually 3 things I wanted to talk about. One, and I reiterate, the Kool-Aid only works if everyone drinks it, and I don't drink Kool-Aid. The second of that is that the truth is an absolute defense. And also, Mr. Edwards, thank you for commenting about Mr. Brown's authority to approve that contract. That was one of the elements that I had discovered that I wasn't able to articulate. So thank you for putting that on the public record. And then Commissioner Garcia raised the point with her visit of the Humane Society and what's going on there. I think that that's probably a harbinger of what's happening with our economy. If you have to choose between food for your children or food for your animals, the choice is clear. And I saw that a few weeks ago, and that was in addition to all of the other economic indicators that we're seeing. And I think it was in January when you approved the additional $1 million from Treasury for the Rental and Utility Assistance Fund. That's also an indicator that we've got real troubles coming with our economy. And I think, Commissioner Hill, you mentioned that specifically. You recognized that that was on the horizon at one of our public meetings, I think in 2021, because that money was going to run out. So thank you for being foresight about that. So my point about that, in addition to SNAP benefits are now going to be ending, that we're facing some economic and financial headwinds that are going to be very catastrophic, I think worse than what we saw as a result of the 2008 crash. And I'm guessing, based on what I've heard you all say, is that you recognize that, and I hope that the county is making adjustments, because the food insecurity can make the most placid people dangerous. And although I am a conservative by principle, I'm not lacking in compassion, and I recognize that our community, I'm watching it happen across the country. I'm seeing it happen in other countries. Sri Lanka is on the brink, or it's unstable. And I don't want to see that happen here. So I hope that when you're moving money around and you're looking at the impact we've got homeless, this makes me sound like a bleeding heart, and I'm not. I'm a conservative, but I'm a human being. And, I don't want somebody beating down my door trying to shoot me for my food. So I guess it's a little bit self-preservation. But I think that collectively, there's that word again, that's something that county and city governments can work together on and be mindful and be positioned to respond to it rather than react on a back heel. That's all. Thanks.
Cliff Nellis.
My name is Cliff Nellis, and I would like to address the Drag Queen Story Hour issue again. Commissioner Hill said on February 28th that since the county does not fund that, they cannot defund it. Actually, there are things I believe that the county can do. I asked Mr. Brown whether or not Mr. Scott could be removed from his position as library board director by the commission. He said no. That was one option. I was thinking, well, maybe we can just fire that guy, because Mr. Scott does not represent the community. He represents, the activist, LGBT movement, and he's not going to budge. He doesn't listen to us on this, and it's not a big deal. We're not saying you can't be gay or anything like that. We just say we don't want this thing, and we're going to keep talking to you guys about this until you cancel it. It's coming up in a couple months here, and so we would like it to be put on the agenda to be voted on, and we would like to plead with you other commissioners who support it to maybe change your position. Considering the community, and not just the Anglo community, but also the Latino community. They're on board with us also on this issue. They don't want their children exposed to this either. And so my suggestion is telling Mr. Scott that he needs to cancel the event, and if he doesn't do so, then you guys can make the decision to cut funding to the library by, let's say, 10%, okay? Now, I know you say, oh, that's a terrible thing to do, but I remember, and I can't remember what years, 80s, 90s, if there was some tax increase that we didn't vote for, we voted down the increase, then all of a sudden, they cut funding to parks and libraries. So, as a way to penalize, us voting down the tax increase. So that's happened before for other reasons, and so it can happen again. And I don't think you have to actually carry through with it. You just have to make the threat and say, okay, if you're not going to do what we tell you to do, first tell him to do it. And if he doesn't agree, then you say, okay, if we can't fire you, I guess the only library board can fire you, which I think he controls those people. I don't know, but that's another issue. But I would like to ask you guys to just please do something to appease, the community on this issue, please.
Nicholas St. John.
Nicholas St. John for the record. One of the things I wanted to bring up that Manager Brown brought up to us was that they didn't start doing this until, I guess, December, talking about this review. And I had a meeting with Manager Brown back in July, at that point, at that meeting, he indicated there were some very systemic problems with the election system. So this isn't something that was new. We've been bringing this before the board since 2022, and I was in a meeting with them where they recognized there was problems. And so waiting until December or something, I believe they could have started way earlier and given you guys a lot more time to get a review board and find some people that could have done that. Now that this is not passed, now our next question is, what's going to happen? What's going to happen with the group that's here? And we still need to have a really good review, not necessarily from an outside group, but how can you guys move this ahead so that we can actually get good input and give you guys things to work with that can change the election for the better? And so I know one of them is to bring up the resolution that was before, I think it was R22-028, and bring that before the board again. But we are interested in hearing what you would like to, at this point, how are you going to move forward on being able to do that? One of the questions that I have was about spoiled ballots, and so I just met with Jamie, the ROV, and asked if I put in a public records request just to view the spoiled ballots. She indicated that council has indicated that that would be in violation of an NRS code. Now that's they're taking some leeway in whether that's true or not. There are two court cases, one from New York, and it went up to the district court, and it was upheld that the ballots are actually public property. The other one's in New Mexico. And so I would like to see if I can get some backing from one of the county commissioners. I just want to view the 500 spoiled ballots. I don't need pictures of them. I don't need them brought to me, anything. I would just like to just go in and see those ballots. And before I run out of time, the last thing which I keep bringing up here is I demand that you remove the metal detector. According to the Fourth Amendment, it says you can, and Nevada Article 1, Section 18 says that we are secure in our persons, and unless there is a warrant, you do not have the right to search us. And so that's in violation of the Constitution, so I'm demanding that you remove the metal detector.
Emiliano Pasillas.
Emiliano Pasillas for the record. I just wanted to reiterate my position, and I'm the pastor, local pastor here, which I represent. There's two groups of churches. There's about 30 pastors that meet on Wednesdays for prayer. It's called the Northern Nevada Spirit-Filled Pastors Association, and I belong to that association. I'm representing part of that group. I represent also the local group, which is Vision New Life, or Visión Nueva Vida. It's a local pastors here in Reno, Nevada. There's another group of about 15 pastors that I'm speaking for them. So I'm representing the church, the Anglo church, and also the Hispanic church, and letting you know that please do. I thought there was a vote today on not approving the drag queen reading story on the libraries, and I would like to just reaffirm that we are against it. The Hispanic church, the Visión Nueva Vida, and there is also another group of pastors, Hispanic pastors here locally, which Cesar Minera is representing, and I also am representing, which is Amen. There's another group of another 14 pastors, local pastors here in Reno, Nevada. So I will urge you guys to please consider where we stand, and if you remove this drag queen from the public libraries. I think that's the will of the church and of the pastors and also the community at large in Washoe County School District. Actually, Washoe School, not schools, but the Washoe County. And just one last thing, you guys mentioned about the rent, and there is Story County has approved some like Tesla and other companies to move in, which have increased the rents here in our community very drastically. I've seen their families have to, they're sharing rents, 2 families for one single apartment in order to be able to afford to live in the Washoe County. So please consider that as well. Thank you, and I really thank you for your time and for your audience. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now go to item number 24, Mr. Manager.
Item 24 is Commissioners, County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you. Do we have commissioners who have comments? Commissioner Clark?
Again, I talked about this earlier in the meeting. Roger Edwards, senior citizen, retired veteran, and he feels that he's being overcharged by the county, and I'd like to have that on the agenda and have him bring in his records, his documentations, and have the county, whoever represents that particular water district or whatever he's looking for, and let's get to the bottom of this. If he's being overcharged, if the service isn't being provided, and he's being assessed this, and it just needs to be rectified. We need to get this on. It's been months and months and months of him talking about it. Either he's right or he's wrong. Let's have a public meeting about it and find out what the issues are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herman?
Thank you. I would like to find out how much we would save from our budget by removing the metal detector.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was looking at him, so. I wanted to find out how much we could save in our budget, since we're going to have to start watching it a little closer, if we removed the metal detector.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
I second the Golden Valley issue, Roger's issue, and I'm gonna ask that we bring back the 20-point resolution that I had on agenda earlier in last year, so as soon as we can. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Lastly, I'd like to address Cindy Martinez's concerns about the economy and so forth. I'm a fiscal conservative. I always believe that we should save for a rainy day. I think that, to her point, I talked with the lady, the director of Catholic Charities, and she tells me 2 or 3 people each and every day, seniors, are being moved out of their homes because they can't afford rent. So I think we need to help those who need help. And one of the ways to help those that need help is to make sure that we're frugal with the money that we have. The pie is only so big. We need to make sure that it goes around and people that need help they receive help. But I don't like to see any kind of waste. And a lot of people talked about the cost of certain contracts today, and let's find a way that we can balance this a bit better and make sure that food insecurity isn't an issue for people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments, or Mr. Manager, do you have anything for us? Okay, with that, we are adjourned.